What's up, gamers? How's everyone doing? How's it going? How's it going, Oshik? What is going on? Ugh. Sorry for the extremely late start today. But it's okay, we're here now. Okay. Just been dealing with all the multiplayer issues. It's frustrating. I'm not sure. With the new patch, I thought it would fix everything, but a couple people are still having issues, so we're gonna have to test that more today, probably. But I do want to just sprinkle in a little bit of experimentation with the blueprinting. It's something I did want to get ready for this update, but I mean, we'll see if it, you know, actually works out. Oh. I'm gonna download these logs and take a closer look. It's not really anything weird in here. It's odd. Well, anyways. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, this is one of the logs. I don't see any... Well, this is a single player session up here. But then there's another one down here, join lobby. The only thing I noticed in here is that it seems like it's running resetting game state after loading the world. Which, I don't know if that's an issue. I mean, I don't think it is, but we can go take a look at that in the loading pipeline. So on Steam, it's just gonna say Steam join lobby, and then we're gonna have a signal connect to that that's gonna say go to the main menu scene. And then lobby joined right here. So this is if it's successful. Then it'll set the peer, it'll set this config, create the client. Does all that stuff. And then it just calls initialize game. I guess where it calls that is down in here in load game. Yeah, it calls game reset. And then it does all this stuff, so that should be okay. Yeah, I don't know. I'll probably just have to open up my laptop, or I'll just use my dedicated server, Minecraft server, and we'll test multiplayer again. It's really frustrating though. I've been at this forever, and I just can't seem to crack it, you know? I don't know. I'm not really sure what I'm doing wrong. Yeah, multiplayer stuff is a hassle. So Asta, what's up? Welcome in. Is this Starground? It is indeed Starground, yeah. Okay. So let's see, if we want to mess around with some blueprint stuff, what would we need to do that? I don't know, it might be tricky. I mean, I think what we're gonna have to do is figure out a way to like, what's the word? Like select multiple buildings at once. It's gonna be kind of tricky. I mean, we're gonna need to do a whole like thing to do it, so I don't know. But we'll certainly try. So, let's see here. From the player. I wonder if we just do a big shape cast. I'm trying to think about the best way to do this. Just have a big shape cast. Excuse me. It starts in the corner and then drags to the bottom right. Or we just do the shapecast once. We just define the drag area and then run the shapecast. And that'll kind of give us a list of all the buildings in that area. So that could work. What is a blueprint in this context? Basically, kind of like a copy and paste, essentially. I mean, some of the things that I'd like to do with it is, so you can like copy a selection of buildings and then share that with other people to use. It would just be nice. I just want like an easier way to, like copy designs and use them other places and stuff, you know? Kind of like factorial blueprints. Because it'd be really nice. Let's get rid of that stupid code now. But it's going to be hard to implement. I mean, there's still a lot of things that we're going to have to make work. So yeah. I don't know how I'm going to do this selection. I mean, I might just make the blueprint a new tool in the player's tool wheel where you can create blueprints as long as you have that selected. Not sure. It's probably what we're gonna do. Okay. Let's try that. Let's open up Krita. And yeah, we still got to figure out some multiplayer things. We'll probably can sort of get started on that now. Oh, my back is itchy. Ooh. My server restart? I guess so. Okay, so this is the server. So we're gonna need to open up a couple things. First up, GitHub. Fetch the origin. I think I just did a commit. No, I do not need you. Let's go make sure that we're up to date here. An idea for the terrain manipulation. Instead of building the terrain, you can press the right mouse button. Yeah, I thought about doing that. It would be nice just to like, just as a nice quality of life thing, you know, so that you don't have to do it yourself. Definitely thinking about that. What is this autosave.crita? Kind of don't like that it saves those files in the game assets, but I just make sure those don't get exported. Okay, there's nothing in here, so I think we're good to go. Just pull the origin and then launch up the editor. Is it Godot Steam? Yeah, I think so. Editor Windows. Starground. Yeah, we could also take a look at doing that shovel thing today also. Because definitely would be nice. Actually, with this, I kind of want to test just through Steam right now. Not through the editor, because sometimes the editor changes things, apparently. Why can't I click on Steam? Okay. Okay, computer. It was funny the first time. Oh, go away, mini tool. Alright. Summer sale's ending soon. I gotta hurry and get more games before it's all $1 billion again. I don't know what games to get, though. Any good game recommendations? Preferably something cheap. Buy Dwarf Fortress again. Yeah. Maybe. No. Yeah, I don't know what to get. I just need to look through everything, and No Man's Sky is still $60. That's crazy. I just need to look through everything and, like, I don't know, find something. I want to get games, I just don't know what to get. Keep seeing Cast and Chill everywhere. Seems kind of cool. Anyways. How about this one? Let's look at this. Brazilian drug dealer 3. I opened a portal to hell in the favela trying to revive Meet Aya. I need to close it. This is it's pretty crazy. Reminds me of that one game. It's actually the one made in Godot. What is it called again? It's like a weird fever dream game. Weird fever dream game. What is it called again? It's like you're like a soldier guy. A game where you're a hitman. What is it called? Yo, Saiku, how's it going? Welcome in. I'm trying to remember the name of that one game. Yeah, it's like the crazy one where it's all like flesh and you know what I'm talking about. It's like for some reason it's like Cruelty Squad, yeah. This is the one. It reminds me of this a little bit. This game looks insane. Yeah. This one gives me the same vibes. So is this just what it's like in Brazil? Yeah, looks about right. Alright, let's update Starground. Yo, what's up, Ace? Sorry, yeah, I was gonna reply back to you. Sorry, I don't worry about the mist. I message you back like way later, so you know it's fine. Okay, so I'm just on the regular version. I kind of want to try the experimental for this test really quick. So guess what? Yeah, what's up? What is this on my server? Yeah, sometimes it's hard to tell. Let's open up Steam. I just did a big cleanup of my computer. Guys, you're not gonna believe this, but look at my Notepad++ tabs. They're gone. I went through all of them and merged them into one big text file. I know. It's pretty crazy, huh? I also just got rid of a bunch of old garbage on my computer. So yeah. Hopefully it runs better now. Turning 18 on the 15th. Let's go. We're gonna be able to do drugs and drink alcohol and stuff like that. Delete system 34. No. Okay, Starground. Starground. Experimental update. Alcohol. Yeah. Let's see. Okay, let's take a look at these. So this is the host logs. I don't know if there's going to be much in here, but let's just find out and see. Oh, that's literally it. Wait, no, that didn't even launch a game. Here we go. Here's one. So yeah, it's creating Steam lobby. There's no errors in here. It just shows deleting players. Which is probably, it's probably a player connecting through Steam, and then for some reason their player gets deleted. I don't know. We're gonna find out. We're gonna do a little bit of experimentation. I'm gonna do a really large world because some people are saying specifically they're having issues on that. Also, I don't think I did it right. Steam, host new game. So we'll start that up and then connect over here. Don't worry, I was already doing that. Uh-oh. I actually gamble, so it's nice, no longer stuck to CS. I don't know if that's necessarily a good thing, but I have to invite myself. Just for this, I'm gonna go online. Okay, Finally gonna be able to eat the milk and cookies at Christmas. Wow. I think I found a game you'd enjoy a lot. Yeah, what is it? This is taking a very long time, huh? I think the multiplayer issues seem to be from a larger world size. I'm not sure why, but maybe this is something that we can fix. It might just be like a network optimization thing or something. Let's close that and actually join from the editor. And just to confirm though really quick that is what's happening here. Let's I can get out of this screen. Help. Help, I can't get out. let's host a smaller world, and I just want to see if that makes any difference. Like that. And now let's try to connect again. Starground. That's an interesting game. What's that one about, huh? Okay, nothing's happening now. So it might not be related to world size. I wonder what's going on though. It was working just fine when I was testing it. Man. This has been such a frustrating thing to work on. I'm tired of it. Let's go find our logs. I'm gonna pin this to a quick access. Ugh. Let's see, I don't need any of this crap in here. Pictures, get out. Music, get out. Videos, get out. Documents, get out. Okay. So what is it saying in here? When was this from? Is this from today? 7/9/431. Interesting. Just says multiplayer instance isn't currently active. What does that even mean? Multiplayer instance isn't currently active. Gotta love this stuff, guys. So why would that happen? I don't know. Let's close this and see what it's printing now. And this one doesn't say that though, right? It was just that one. It's really odd. Why would that happen? I mean, I don't think there's anything weird in the code. Go to Start Connect. How about your only move is hustle? Is that a game? What is this about? Oh yeah, I think I've heard about this. Someone was showing this to me at one point. I feel like it was Max. I don't know. Yeah, this game looks pretty cool. I don't know if it's... Might have been Season. I think it was Season, actually, you're right. Yeah, because Season was playing it, I think. Yeah, it's just like a fighting game. I don't know, my favorite kind of genre is like... I mean, I like automation games, but I also do just really like survival games and stuff. Any kind of game where you're like building up a permanent progress on something. I usually like the lower stakes games where it's not so stressful all the time. You know, you can kind of chill a little bit. But here, let's launch this from here. Just want to see if this does anything different. Man, why would this not work all of a sudden? I'm getting tired of it, guys. Don't know what to do anymore. Let's try joining from here. I'm just curious to see if it's like printing anything out. So it just kind of stops there. It's really odd. Is it just having issues joining the lobby? Like, what's going on? Because what's going to happen is that it's going to do this stuff. No, okay, so it's definitely joining the lobby because it says starting initialization. And then if we go into our load game code. So it says loading from null. And then it just kind of stops. It looks like world generated is not happening. So why is that? I think it's because the way we do world generation in here is as soon as we get that data back over. So that's down in here, right here. Is it because you can't load on a new world? I might... Or a world that hasn't had modified tiles? Hold on, I want to try something here. Let me out. I think I might have realized a bug here, guys. But if this is the case, we should be able to fix it. So here's what I can do. I can actually just say... cheats, research all, give myself some land tiles, and just modify the terrain. Now if we go back over here, relaunch it. This would be so stupid if this is the problem. It might be. And then connect again. Yep. Well, at least it's a really easy fix. Yeah, I saw that bit of code in there and I'm like, wait a minute. I don't think I actually, like, that never gets set to true if there isn't modified tiles. Let me go, let everybody know. Issue, which is that the player doesn't... When a save has no modified tiles, I'll be putting up patch shortly. Thank you, thank you. And then also that other person. From the issue, which is that worlds don't let people continue loading. The player patch soon. Okay, let's go fix this so we can focus on cool, fun stuff. So it's just down in process. Normally what happens is it'll send all that info over, like saying that it's ready to go with modified tiles ready. I think at one point I told myself, okay, I'm going to change this so that it's fixed, but I just was so busy trying to get this stuff working that I kind of just forgot about it, I'm not going to lie. So this is the send initial tile. And the problem is that this only gets set here if this is right. So what we need to do is just make another RPC, which is just function modified tiles ready. Oops. And then this will just say true. This will be an RPC call local. And then this will just call set modified. Okay, so all we have to do is just on the server side. I'm programming this on my main computer, right? Yeah. We just have to tell the server, like, hey, if you don't have any tiles to send over, then just send this back, right? So it should be pretty easy. So now we just go to update tiles or whatever it's called. What is it called again? Let's just go to initialize game. It's in there. So it is request tile data. So yeah, what happens in here is that it's going to loop through here and send initial tile data, but we have to say, right? So for I in region, we also have to, excuse me, loop through the other regions now. So, right, because this doesn't work. So for I and modified tiles, now we say, right. Our region is modified tiles.get I. Now we say for I in region. Oops. Just say for coordinate in region. So what this is gonna do is it's gonna loop through all of our different regions in here that should be modified, which is Viridian and Opus. So now if we go back down to here, and then for each one of those, excuse me, it's gonna loop through all the coordinates for each one in there. Now here's what we have to check. So we're gonna say if region.size, and I think you can call size in a dictionary, but let's make sure. Yeah, size. Well, we'll just say if region.is empty, then we're going to do the other thing. Otherwise, we do this. So we're gonna just say set modified tiles ready .rpc. RPC ID to the remote sender. Okay, that should fix the issue now. It's just so stupid. Alright. How do we test this? I'm gonna have to push it to GitHub. 0.13.1.5. Awesome. Doing 1 billion patches. It's so cool. Alright. That's been sent. Let's go into here. Close out. Fetch the origin. We're just gonna run this through here. Yeah, it's up, Psycho. I love badge 0.155512345. I know, it's so cool, isn't it? How's Layer Den going? I'll be honest, I've been really busy with Starground because the big updates on the 14th, and I'm trying to. I really wanted to get blueprints ready. But I don't know if I'll have time. Okay, this is on. I can't tell which one is which. Okay, we gotta do this on my. Let's make this smaller. I'm just gonna do this thing again where we say zoom 50 so that I can just keep it like that. Yeah, I've been very busy, so I do apologize about that. I know we're still working on like just the basic character stuff. It's just hard. There's so many things going on. But we can discuss that soon if you would like. Okay, let's start that one up. Now, join, and this should work. Yep, it's working. So stupid. I feel like a stupid idiot. But it's just because I didn't think, like, I didn't test this on an empty world, right? And that's what caused this whole issue. It's funny that I didn't. I don't know. You don't typically think you need to with stuff like that, right? Also, I really want to fix this issue where player animations are really slow for some reason. I wonder why that is. But it's kind of annoying. Is it just because main sprite, like animation, default speed scale, or what's going on? So this is just in here. Speed modifier, just because that's slow. I'm just gonna print whatever this is. Yeah, this is something that's been annoying me. It is definitely 0.5. So why is it so slow though? Is it because speed modifier is slow? Let's see. It is. Okay. But honestly, I think I'd rather just do that from here. So I think I'm gonna move this main sprite calculation. Move that down. If is authority, just pop it in there. And then what I'm going to do on the player side is actually just sync whatever that value is at a given moment in time. So main sprite, speed scale, on change. So that'll fix that issue where other players are animating really slowly. Like I said, no rush in it. Maybe we can really wait until after Starground. Yeah, I don't know, it's hard. I mean, I want to work on it, but I've got so much going on though. Okay, let's send these over. Fix animation. Commit the files. I don't know. I just need to get to a spot where I'm a little more free. I'll try and do that. I also wonder if we like went too grand with that initial plan Saiku for Lurden. I mean, it's a cool concept, but it is a lot of work to implement, not gonna lie. I'll reload. I don't know. We'll see. Whoa. Thank you for the hydrate. And for the speen. Crazy. Let's close that game. Launch it again. Okay. Here we go. Time to test. Hand is itchy. Multiplayer. Host a new game. Load it up. Join. Yeah, we're gaming. Now also is the animation speed syncing properly? Yes, it is. And even when like we're mining and stuff now, it's normal. Before, I don't think it did that. Also, like when you had an effect applied, like if I say effect, add, cheats are off here. Effect, add, speed. Not have permission. Oh yeah, I don't know if other players on Steam can do that stuff. But I can just do it here. Is it not called speed? Oh, I'm just stupid. So effect add, ID, length, infinity, and username. So it should have been applied. Yeah, you can see it's applied. But you can see now it's also syncing that effect. How it increases the animation speed, it'll do it for the server too, for everybody else. So yeah, looks like it's working pretty well. Oops, don't close that window. Okay. The ground is star. That's so crazy, dude. How's it going, Abra? Only 10k away from a free Starground skin? Let's go. That's crazy. I don't think it's too crazy. I mean, that's of course the same thing over and over again. Yeah, we just need to like focus on getting an MVP ready to go, like a working prototype, and then expand from there. Did you set your other PC's IP to 69 purposely? I did, yeah. I have it set as a static IP for the server. So, I had to pick one, so I just picked something that's memorable. So yeah. Let's see here. Okay, so the only other thing that I want to fix really quick is on start host. I don't think that the changing the lobby type works anymore because of what we've done. So I just want to change that really quick. It should be really easy. Just right here. Knew it, yeah. So I think I can just say, we probably have a thing for this. Lobby type. Yeah. Most people are probably going to be on a friends only lobby, but I also want to go ahead and just do a public lobby too. So I got a mosquito bite in my hand. That's why it's itchy. Now let's go back to main menu. Actually, it'll be in here. So this is where we set lobby type right in here. And this just does global lobby type is now the new lobby type. So it's pretty straightforward. We've got Steam lobby type private, friends, and public, which I think are the only ones we need. Private is invite only. I kind of want to see if this actually even works now. Now, do I reset lobby type anywhere? I do in game reset, which is kind of an issue because I think when we say start host, it might reset the game before this stuff gets loaded. Oh, unless I fix that issue. Did I? Oh, but no, on load game, I'm pretty sure it does game reset. Yeah, right there. Okay, so how are we gonna get around that? Of game reset resetting those things. No, we gotta think about how to do that. I mean, I guess that doesn't necessarily need to be reset. But there's other things that do need to be. So, for example, one issue with the game right now is if you change the world options when you're loading into a world, they get reset before they actually like get applied to the game. So I need to fix that. So how are we gonna do that? Because I do want to reset those when you are loading into a different world from single player, but let's see. I guess we can check if it's a... Because the only time you can set those things is if you're creating a new world down here, right? Sure how we're gonna do that. I mean, it would make sense if we had like a dictionary that had those things in there, but all we have to do is just stop it from resetting a couple of these things in here. Mainly just global settings. So it's these, cheats enabled, explosion griefing, and the lobby type. We do not want to disable. I don't think we reset our generation info in here. Yeah. But the thing is we do want these to disable or change whenever we're loading from a single player world to another single player world, right? So it's tricky. Maybe what we need to do here is just on this, we pass in another thing, which is already like, which we just say is in game. So by default, that'll be false. And then we say if not in game. Or we say if in game, then we reset those, but otherwise we don't do that. Yeah. And then the only time when we're loading from a game to another game, we can just pass in true for game reset. And we might have to do that for load game and stuff. That's fine, we'll pass it as an optional. So right here, we're gonna say game reset, so that's pass with nothing, so true, and then in game. So this is just loading. This is the only time it's an issue, is loading in from a world to another world. So we just add that in, we should be good to go now. So in game we'll pass in as true, and then in here that's where we say do this stuff, set those back to the defaults. Okay. So now let's see here. Now we have to figure out where this load game gets called from, though, of course. I think it's just from the save load menu right here. So we just set a new save path, and we say initialize game. So we're gonna have to pass in game here as false. Then load game, we're gonna pass in true. Or not true, but whatever in-game is. Okay. So that should fix that issue, I think. Now in our save load menu, that's where we pass in that we are in-game. Okay. I think we're good to go. So that's going to pass in true. This will pass in true. And that'll pass in true, which means that this stuff gets reset. Okay. So let's go see if that fixes the issue with those now. I just want to see. So if we load up the game, create a new world, and then do this stuff. Oh, also we need to do that same thing in game reset when we're creating a new world also. So let's go do that. Come on. Come on, Godot. So down in load game, we're just gonna go down to the new world creation, game reset, in game. Okay. Now, when we say create new world, and if we enable cheats and turn off explosion griefing like that, right? And we create this world. Ooh. Oh, I might have done something bad here. Load game. I think somewhere I accidentally didn't include a... What's happening here? So load game... Game reset is true and in-game. Oh, it's because down here I didn't do it right. True and in-game. Let's restart the game. It's because it didn't create a new world. But this should fix it. Yeah, I just want to test these things and see if it works. So, multiplayer, no, single player, new game, enable cheats, turn off explosion griefing, and let's see if this works. So it looks like everything in there is good, and we should have cheats on. So if I say God true, yes, cheats are enabled for the world. And then also if I give myself a nuclear bomb, this should not do damage to my buildings. It'll still do damage to me, but if I place down some conveyors here really quick and try and blow them up, it should be fine. Let's make sure. Yeah, we're gaming. But now let's try loading into a world here that doesn't have that on. So probably like, I don't know, one of these really old ones or something. I don't know which one. Let's go to Big Flat. The return of Big Flat. Okay. And we shouldn't have cheats now anymore. Yeah, cheats are disabled. Gaming, guys. Cool. Alright. That's pretty much it. So what did we fix? We fixed that issue with multiplayer. We made it so lobby types actually get synced. So that's another thing that I want to just test really quick, is if the lobby type actually works. So if I go ahead and start a new private game, I should not be able to join from here by default. Yeah, see, it says watch and launch, but then if I can still invite though. So if I invite Big Boy Games. Or no, it's not Big Boy Games, it's oh, I don't know if I have him as a friend. Here, I have to add a friend, hold on. Boom. Oh, I'm already friends? Well, why am I not? Oh, is it just because this guy's offline? He's online. How come I can't see him? Oh, I have online friends hidden? Okay. Okay, so that's odd. I can't invite for some reason. Invite to watch. Yeah, it's really odd with how this works with the lobbies. I think this is why at one point I just made it so you can't do, or unless the ordering changed, that could have been what happened. So private might actually be... No, private is 0. Friends only is 1. And 2 is public. So it's not that. It's odd though. I don't know why a private lobby doesn't let me invite people. I mean, maybe I'm just stupid or something. Lobby type private. No, that's like a private game. It's just... How am I gonna do this? Because private is basically like only people that you invite can join, as far as I understand. Unless maybe it needs to be private unique or something. Let's look at a Godot Steam documentation, because I think they go over that there. Just search lobby. Friends lobbies. Lobby type. Right here. Yeah, lobby type private. Invisible to all other Steam users. Only way to join is from an invite. Joinable by friends and invitees. Then public is visible to everybody. So, I don't know. I'm not sure why private doesn't let me invite people. I mean, it's not like I'm doing something weird and setting it to be non-invitable, right? Because in here, when I start the host, down here, I say create lobby. Is it because I'm just doing something wrong and... Let's go check. In here? I thought I said set it to joinable or whatever. Lobby created. Yeah, set lobby joinable right here. So I'm not sure why that doesn't work. I mean, maybe there's something else that I'm missing with lobbies. Set lobby joinable. Invite user to lobby. Man, I'm setting it to joinable. I don't know. It's annoying. I can't join, but I can't seem to invite either. Even though it says I'm in Starground. I don't know. Why doesn't this work? So if I go ahead and launch a new one, if we go back to multiplayer, Steam, and change this to friends only, is this gonna work normal now? Yeah, see now it says I can join game, and then also on this side, with friends, I can invite people now. So, it's so weird. I don't know why the private lobby just kind of doesn't work. I think I ran into this at one point, that's why I didn't have private lobby even as an option in the drop-down, because it would just break. So... I don't know. It just doesn't work. I mean, there's no reason to keep it in if it's just... if it doesn't work at all. Which is too bad, because I wish it was like an invite-only thing. But I don't know how to fix it. Well... we can do a quick check on, Godot Steam. Just see if there's any info on here with, private lobbies. It's only lobby. It can be private lobbies. See, I don't know. Why can't I invite people when I'm in a private lobby, right? It doesn't make any sense to me. It must just be something wrong with Godot Steam or something, I guess. It just doesn't make any sense. I say private, host a new game. Man, I don't know. It's frustrating. Because then I go to my friends list and I try to invite. Does somebody have to... Okay, now I can invite to game? What? But I still can't join, right? No, I can join, so I don't think it worked. Single player... Oops. Multiplayer Steam. Private. Host a new game. Okay. I'm gonna wait for the ads. Boston, I don't know if you're in ads or not right now. Okay, so now that we're back in private, I try to invite somebody. And it still lets me invite, but what's weird is that I can just join. So I can just... It's like it's not actually working. Because I can just click join game. And it's gonna launch Starground and do it. So that's really odd. Is it broken? Is it not getting set? Maybe. Let's just do this down here. We're gonna print attempted to create Steam lobby with type and then global dot lobby type. What's wrong? Oh. I just want to see what type it's actually trying to do it with, because it's confusing now. So private should be type 0. We go multiplayer, host new game, private. And then start the game. Oh. Also, Boston, welcome back from ads, everybody. Sorry about that. To answer your question, I live in Colorado, so... You're saying you don't get mosquitoes in Texas? That's kind of cool. I definitely do here. It gets pretty bad. Usually during the day, it's not a big deal, but like at nighttime, the mosquitoes get really bad. I don't know why. But yeah, it's annoying. You get them all over the place. But yeah, in Colorado, I'm just kind of in the center of... Let's just look at a US map. Sort of the center of Midwest. I'm closer to Wyoming. But... yeah. I don't know. That'd be crazy if there's just no mosquitoes in Texas. Maybe somebody else don't go outside. That's fair, yeah. Okay, so now this will say... attempting to create Steam lobby with type 0. So it's definitely on type 0 right now, for sure. We can try to invite. Probably won't work. Yeah, so there's no invite to game option. So, I mean, it's just like... I'm screwed then. I can't do anything about it. And I can set this back to private again. Does it still do it with private? It does. But then the weird thing is that sometimes then it does let me. Nope, it just doesn't. Well, I really don't want people to have issues trying to join their friends, so I'm probably gonna disable the private type until I can figure out actually why that happens. It's annoying, but... Goodbye, private type. So now it should never cause issues. Let's make sure, though. Should only do the friends only type. Took 4 tries, but finally got GD Unit 4 added to my Godot C# project. Nice. Yeah, is that just for unit testing? I think I've heard of that. GD Unit 4. Yeah, that's cool. Unit testing would be cool. I don't know how you would, like, do that, though, with a game, right? Because I'd probably have to make sure that every scene can be launched individually without, like, reliance on others, which would be really hard to implement into Starground. Yeah, that's really cool stuff, though. It's a good way to, like, make sure things work when you change stuff, obviously. That's what unit tests are for. But, yeah. Okay, why does it default to public now? That's not what I want. Okay, it's because it was selected on 1. I just have to change that back to 0. Does Steam immediately update the status of friends' game statuses? It should. Because, yeah, I mean, every time I've ever done Steam stuff, it pretty much updates instantly. There might be a very small delay, you know, of like 1 second or something, but I mean, any longer than that, it would kind of be an issue, right? Should be okay. Okay, now you can choose between friends only and whatever. So if I host that, it should say, why does it say type is 0? Is it because of what index is? I see. I'm just gonna make it so we just completely eliminate that other one, because otherwise it seems like we're gonna have issues. I really don't want people to not be able to play the game because they're on private lobbies and you can't invite each other. That would just suck. I mean, I could maybe it works if you do like a from in-game invite kind of thing, right? I don't know. Maybe that's how it's supposed to work. But it's so weird that you can't just invite from your friends list. I mean, that's just what people do. Okay, so if we're on friends only and we host a new game, it should say, yeah, type is 1. We're good. Now if I try to join over here, it should be fine. Yeah, join game. Yeah, I can join just fine. Alright, well, really weird. I don't know why private lobbies don't work. I'll look into that and try and research it, but yeah, we've had this issue. I feel like this is an issue I ran into a long time ago. I don't know. I don't know if it's something with Godot Steam or just how I'm handling it in Starground. I have no idea. But let's make sure I'm not, you know, bringing up lobby type private anymore. Oh. Lobby type. Friends only now. Okay. We should be good to go. I really want unit tests for my RPG so I can validate the classes, skills, spells, magic. Yeah. Actions will interact properly. Yeah, it'd be really cool to be able to do that and like fully get unit testing set up for everything. It would really like help with the testing process, you know? When I fix odd errors, I put the error in my Obsidian notes with the fix I used. Yeah. That's a good thing, yeah. Yeah, I mean, I don't know if I ever found a fix, though, to this issue back when we ran into it. It might be one of the reasons I went to use the other Steam multiplayer peer, but that one also has its issues, so I don't think it really matters. Typically, like, I mean, it's just play with the... I don't know, it'll be fine. I'll keep looking into it, but I don't think many people are gonna have an issue with that. I mean... Yeah, it'll be fine. But I'll try and figure out if there's a solution to that later. But I want to get this fixed for everybody now. I don't want to make everybody wait a million years. Okay, so I think we're on the right track. We fixed a bunch of things. I need to make a list of the things I fixed. Normally I do that. Okay, so here's the things that we fixed. Fixed an issue. Oops. Where players could not connect. Multiplayer if the host world did not have modified tiles. It's an issue where I'm already forgetting what we fixed. Oh yeah. Issue where world settings where changing world settings, oops, in the new game screen, but not transfer over to end game. There's nothing more we fixed. Oh yeah, fix an issue where players would not animate at the proper speed on multiplayer. And then what's all this stuff I did in here? So that's the tile, the multiplayer tile issue. I think that's literally it. All right, I think we can go ahead and push this build. So we're gonna first generate the experimental branch, which we'll call EX3, so that people know there's a difference. Bing, boom. Okay, save that. Now we're going to export all. And this should be in the experimental state right now. I was kind of looking into Steam CMD for uploading builds of the game, because I keep having that stupid issue with uploading with HTTP where it like just stops working. And it's really frustrating because I just have to constantly refresh the page and put it in again and again, and it just seems like it never works. So I'm not sure. But yeah. Oh, no! I accidentally opened Premiere. That's okay. Whoa, Ace and Psycho are in chat in general? That's crazy. Okay, let's close Premiere. I didn't mean to open that. No. I'll join you guys in there after I'm done streaming if you're still there. And Adobe. Goodbye, Adobe. I feel like my computer is definitely running better since I spent some time to clear everything out. I mean, it might just be placebo effect, but who knows? No, not EX2. No! I gotta rebuild the game now. Luckily, once it builds once, it's like it caches the packing or whatever, so it goes way faster. So it won't take that long. I can't believe I've done this. Come on. Get loading. Get a load on. Okay. Now let's be careful. 0.14.0.0 EX3. I mean, I could have just renamed the files. I should have just done that instead of re-exporting, but whatever. All right, so now to get it ready for the other one, we have to say hidden on these researches is true. This will just make sure that they don't show up in game because they're not supposed to yet. Okay, and now we're gonna go back into our Star Launcher display and just hide Opus. Go away, Opus. So that's the only difference between experimental and main right now, guys. There basically is none. It's just hiding a couple things, little tiny bits of text, and changing the number. Don't expose my secrets. It's so much easier to do that instead of having to like maintain multiple branches, because then all the fixes and improvements that you make are just immediately applied to both experimental and the main branch. So it's kind of nicer to do it that way, if I'm being honest. All right, let's go ahead and start uploading here. Head on over to Steamworks. Starground. And let's just make sure it should be working, but yeah, one issue, that issue with the buttons had to do with me not including this file in the zips. And that's why everything broke. All right, let's hope and pray that I can actually put the files in here. It's very temperamental. Come on. I'm probably not going to make two posts, like one for experimental and regular. I'm just going to do one for the regular branch. So we're putting 13.1.5. The bug fix version. So 0.13 feels like now. Alright, let's try putting this in Starground Windows and Starground Linux. Here's hoping. Upload failed! Woohoo! Yeah, I don't know why this happens. It's really frustrating. Because I just have to sit here and do it over and over until it's just gambling. It's stupid. I just have to hope and pray that one of these works. Oh my god. And then it creates like a billion builds inside of the... It's just frustrating. I need to, I don't know, contact Steam about this because it's really annoying. I wonder if it's... I don't still have my network limiter on Chrome, do I? I should go double check on that. Okay, it worked this time. Let's call this one tile fix. Let's make sure we don't have that on the limit. Throttling. Let's delete that. I mean, I don't think I'm using that. Just in case. Okay, so that's been uploaded. Let's upload the experimental. So, Windows EX3 and Linux EX3. Oops, I have to refresh the page. Linux. Okay. Here's hoping. Seems like it always happens with the Linux build. I really don't know why. Awesome. Here we go again. Come on. Please, 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 please. Georgia. Boom. I just set that live for compatibility. That's not the branch that I wanted to do that on. Well, nobody even uses the compatibility branch. And I think Godot actually has a thing now where it automatically falls back. So I'm just going to disable the compatibility branch. You never use it anymore. Okay, experimental branch is live. Now let's set it for the default one. I'm going to have to put in a funny little code on my device. Welcome into the stream. How's it going? All right, everything's live. I don't think I have to do prepare for publishing, but just to be safe, we'll do it anyways. Now let's put up a new post. Starground, bug fix again. Hey, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. And move these over. It's so nice having this visual editor. I used to have to constantly go back and forth between the preview mode and the editing mode, and it was super annoying. Hotfix addresses an issue where joining on multiplayer with people joining a multiplayer world without tiles would cause the game to freeze. Hopefully with this, connection issues for Starground are solved. Believe it or not, another multiplayer fix. Is it I before E except after? Is that... Yeah, I spelled it right. I don't know, I'm just crazy. Alright. Publish. Now we gotta go update the dedicated server one. And this one actually is way worse for trying to upload the files. I don't know why. It's so frustrating, but it just doesn't want to upload sometimes. Let's just start with experimental and get that out of the way. Starground server Linux EX3. Let's see. Okay, it worked. Experimental. Boom. Now we refresh. Starground server Windows, Starground server Linux. Well, people aren't annoyed by all these bug fixes constantly. But they're kind of necessary. Well, this one had no issues this time, so that's cool. Commit. Go to my builds. Experimental's already set. Set that one as the new default. Set build live. Get the code from my funny little computer, otherwise known as my cell phone. And we're jamming. All right. So everybody should have the new version now. Let's go make a Steam post. Yet another multiplayer patch. Fix an issue. We're trying to connect to a world files prevented people from playing. All right. Let me know how that goes, everybody. Hopefully that works. So, hey, thank you so much for the raid. Yoramund, welcome in. How's it going? What were you up to today in your stream? We just put up a patch for my game Starground, so I'm just gonna revert all the things that I reverted. Let's get rid of that, get rid of that, and that one. All right. Going well, just finish up implementing a debugger for the A-star algorithm. Oh, yeah? Nice. It's cool stuff. Yeah, I've been just really focusing on trying to fix multiplayer bugs. They're always a headache. Multiplayer's hard, but I think we're finally at a decent spot, so hey, MBG! Welcome in. Thank you so much for the resub. Hold on, let's get the confetti going. What's going on, MBG? Welcome in. I'm gonna mark both of these as resolved now. Okay. Writing in an Odin with a Rayliv for visuals. Ah, okay. I don't know if I've heard of Odin. I might have heard of that in passing. Oops, Odin. Programming language. Interesting. There's so many languages, it's crazy. As a kid and stuff, you're always like, okay, there's like 4. But then you realize there's actually like 400. There's just so many. It's an alternative to C. I'm a core programmer for the standard library. Oh, okay, let's go. That's awesome. Let's see, last time I saw you were bald and now you have a full head of hair and a beard. Yeah, I grew out the beard finally. I decided it was time to try it out. It's not too bad. The patchiness filled in. Now I'm just growing it out. I wonder if maybe I should braid it. No, I don't know. I'll have to decide what I want to do with it if it gets really long. It's already getting pretty long. Maybe I'll just like kind of comb it toward a point and I'll look evil, you know? That'd be pretty cool. My mustache is getting long enough to finally like curl it, you know? Or I can go like, I mean, you can't really, it's hard to see, but if I got like some grease, I could like, you know. That'd be pretty cool, yeah. Remember this music, Trials of Mana? Yeah, I think you're right. I haven't played the game, but a friend sent it over. But yeah, I think it's Trials of Mana. Yeah. Seems like a pretty cool game though. Yeah, the original one, or I guess it's Secret of Mana is the original, yeah. Yeah, this is a bit before my time. I was not alive, but it seems like a pretty cool game. But yeah. Oh yeah, there's this original one, and there's also like yeah, like a PlayStation one too. This is like the new one. Yeah, I think this track specifically is from the original Secret of Mana? Yeah. We made it once or twice, yeah. New one looks cool though. Maybe one day I'll check it out. I guess the new one though isn't rated very good. What was that? Can I hide this? Yeah, I'm fine with general mature content. frequent violence or gore? Yes. No. What? Okay. Okay, Steam. Yeah, apparently this one sucks though. But I don't know. I uncurl mine too, but people around me said they don't think it suits me. That's fair, yeah. It makes me feel like an evil scientist, you know? Or like I do like, what are those? Fencing. I don't know why fencing reminds me of curled mustaches. Chrono Trigger, yeah. Appreciate it. Yeah, Chrono Trigger's cool too. I don't think I've ever played Chrono Trigger either though. But it's just, I don't know. I don't know how. I mean, they're probably on. Yeah, this one's on Steam. But I like the music. This track always reminds me a lot of Stardew Valley music. I think it's just Stardew Valley took a lot of inspiration from a lot of these older games like this for the soundtrack. But like this could totally just fit into Stardew Valley and I wouldn't even know. So. This track that plays in the festival. Yeah, it's like the festival. The Guardia Millennial Fair. Yeah. If you do both the curl and the pointy beard, then you truly become evil. Yeah. Maybe I'll try it out once it gets long enough. Here's how you've been doing, man. It's been a while since I was last here. I've been pretty busy with uni and work. Yeah. It's been going. We had a billion issues with Steam multiplayer, so we've completely rebuilt all of the Steam stuff. And that's finally done now. Now I'm just kind of working on the next update with the gas giant planet. Yeah, it was a nightmare. It really sucks because we got hit with a bunch of negative reviews. I mean, I already brought this up on another stream, but like I'm not mad that they left negative reviews because of course you would. If you have issues with the multiplayer, then yeah, express your thoughts and opinions, but definitely is frustrating though. Not frustrating the people that left reviews, but it's just a frustrating situation because I'm like, it's a nightmare. I was trying to fix it for like weeks, just like, what is the issue? And I just finally at a certain point decided, you know, whatever, let's move on and just use a different multiplayer peer. So now the engine of the game doesn't use the Godot Steam multiplayer peer, it just uses regular Godot Steam, and we use a different multiplayer peer plugin for all the multiplayer stuff. So yeah, super frustrating, but I think now it'll be a lot better. It's just annoying. Yeah, it seems to be better. It's just the other multiplayer peer had so many issues with like sending RPCs, it would constantly fail and stuff. I was verifying there's just some times where it just straight up couldn't send an RPC. Like it tried to send one over, but it just didn't work. Even though it was set to reliable and everything, and it definitely should have been sent, it was just deciding not to. So that was kind of an instant like, okay, this is bad. This isn't gonna fly. If random RPCs get dropped, then the game's gonna be broken. So what I did is I swapped over to the Steam multiplayer peer. This one by Espresso Bits, and this is the initial one I used way back in the day when I was first implementing Steam stuff. And it didn't work back then, and so I swapped over to the current one, but now our current one doesn't work, so I swapped back to this one. So yeah. Have to head off for a break now, stream for a few hours. Yeah, sounds good, but thank you so much for the raid. Have a good rest of your day / night. Get some food, rest. And yeah, I appreciate it. So yeah, we're back to this one now. With the new updates and stuff, apparently even Gramps worked on it at some point. It seems to be a lot more reliable now, so I've been able to integrate it, and it seems like it's working good. I don't have any issues. What's nice about it is it's kind of like the best of both worlds. So first off, we can use this regular Steam signals, so like steam.lobby created and stuff, right? Right, lobby created, lobby joined, which is great. The other positive too of it is I can just kind of easily integrate it with the base game signals. So like sending over what's the word? Like on the player disconnected signal and player joined signals, it all just kind of works. So yeah, so far it's been much more reliable. And hopefully it fixes everybody's issues. What I want to dive into today, now that we finally got that out of the way and the build is up for everybody to use and stuff, I want to go ahead and take a look at blueprints. Now, blueprints are scary. Very scary, but I would like to try it. We're definitely gonna have to think about how. So, my idea for this, for blueprints, is essentially you'll click and drag, it'll just be like a thing that you can select a region on. So let's go ahead and just create a new, like, node. I think we have a node in here that's called, like, cursor or something. Yeah, cursor right here. Cursor collision. I'm not going to worry about those right now. I'm just going to go ahead and create another one in position independent here. And we're just going to call it node 2D. Doesn't, or I guess it has to be a node 2D because it needs to have a physical position. So this is going to be the blueprinter. And this will have a shape cast as a child. So the idea here is that you're going to select your region, create a box that where all your blueprints are. And then this is going to create a rectangle. And it's going to copy the area that you've selected with the size and stuff. Now, maximum results, we're going to have to really up a lot. 100K should probably be okay. So yeah, now we're just going to use this and it should work okay. Background looks crazy. Yeah, this is the new planet background. I can load up the game and show you what that looks like. Sales going okay still, or going to be finish up some items, start a new project? I mean, sales are fine, especially during sales. It's usually pretty good. Like right now with the summer sale, things are popping off. I think as time goes on, that's what I start to notice more is the importance of putting your game on sale, because like sales do like double my, or even triple or quadruple my earnings on a given day. So it's pretty crazy. But yeah, I think just keep going with sales. I mean, sales haven't like slowed down a ton. Definitely there's been a dip from the initial, obviously, from the initial launch and stuff, but it's still relatively stable. I mean, we have a plan for like when the games can be finished and stuff, so we can start kind of moving on to other things a little bit on the new roadmap. So the plan right now is finish point 14. This is the one we're working on right now. And then point 15, which is going to be another dungeon update. Then right after that, another automation update, and this is going to be like the final automation update for early access. So we're going to finish it out, add another planet, kind of get the final ultimate tiers of technology implemented into the game, like the Dyson Sphere and quantum stuff. Quick little polish update down here, just as like a pass through some things, and then this will probably be like mostly optimization. And then 1.0 we're planning on probably sometime very early in 2026. I didn't specify the month or the quarter or anything, just because like it's probably going to be early 2026, but I want to leave myself open, you know, to having plenty of time to finish it. So We're just gonna wait a little bit. But yeah, this is the plan. So definitely in 2026, we're gonna be starting a new project. We have already started looking into new things. Spoiler alert. We haven't like seriously like kind of started on other things. I mean, as 1.0 is in progress, that's when we're probably going to mostly shift over to, you know, a different game. But we'll still be working on Starground. I mean, 1.0, like working on another game doesn't mean I'm never going to work on Starground again. Sometimes I feel like people get that confused of like working on a new thing means that Starground is abandoned, but that's really not the case. Like, I'm gonna still be working on Starground. But I'm just gonna split up my time between Starground and other stuff, you know? So yeah. Alright, looks great. Who made it? This was made by Dylan. Delirium/Dylan. Yeah. They've been doing all the art for like... actually, the new like Steam art we have is done by Dylan. All of the update art, so like this one, Depths Reborn, Rukonomic up crop date, the automation update, the dungeon update, and then these were not, none of this stuff was Dylan. Yeah, it's been going good though. I do appreciate all the stuff that Dylan draws for us. I need to ask Dylan to draw a update art for this upcoming update. Dylan makes some great art. Yes, they do. Dylan does a pretty good job. It's crazy looking at these old update posts. Added enemy and player sounds. Added manual saving and loading. Crazy. I saw one way back that was like crazy. It was like, or I was going through my notes, right? And I put down a note somewhere and it said, figure out a way to move between dungeon rooms. It's just like, man, that was forever ago now. Yeah, these things are crazy. Added 2 new special dungeon rooms. It's probably the chest room, the Tree of Wisdom, I think. Add the ability to use numbers to select your active tool. Yeah, these are such like basic things back then. Then 4.0 is crazy. Added lamps. Whoa. Yeah. It always is really insane playing modern day Starground versus the original build. It's such a big difference. But yeah. Oh yeah, I was gonna show you the let's go into here. Stretcap misspelled in the changelogs for 4.0. Let's go look. He might have been. 4.0. Oh, Deathcap? I think he used to be called Deathcap. But then I think I changed his name to Dreadcap. Because Deathcap is just a mushroom. Yeah. That's why he's still called, yeah. That's why he's still called, Mushroom Boss in the game files. Because he was made before it really had a name for him. Also, other funny things, like the Star Launcher is just called Spaceship, because initially this was just going to be a spaceship that you would go into. But now it's not a spaceship. So this is the new planet. By the way. So the whole idea here is that you're on this like platform, and you can extend it out by building more of these. You can build these inside of a crafter. So if I get myself iron ingots, plop this down in here. So this takes in a land tile and 5 plastic. Land tiles you can now craft with stone. So if I give myself a bunch of stone, I can plop that in there, start making land tiles. And then if I merge that with some plastic, we can make floating platforms. Get away from me, stone. You stupid magnet artifact. So now with floating platforms, we can extend out the platform like this. And you can just slowly expand your building area. So that's the whole idea of this planet. There's also some challenges you have to deal with. This is the asteroid collector. So this will take in asteroids. This is a new element, gold. You can also capture hydrogen from the atmosphere here with a atmosphere collector. So let's give myself some plastic. And I can pop this down and this will start absorbing hydrogen from the air. There's also a whole mechanic here of having to deal with lightning bolts. So there's these surge protectors. You can see it just got activated. And what this basically does is protect the network from being blasted from lightning. If you don't have a surge protector in your network and it's not fueled, then you'll see what happens here in just a second. It might seem like they're fine, but then all of a sudden, it's gonna... Come on, game. It's random how frequently they happen, so... But it'll happen, just you wait. Come on. Come on, game. It's taking a while. It's taking a really long time. Well, one way to artificially inflate the number of lightning strikes is just make more buildings. Like this. And this should increase the chance of a lightning strike. Oh, there it goes. So you can see every once in a while the lightning will come down and destroy your buildings if it's not protected. Yeah, it's just pure random, so it's not... You can see sometimes it just takes a while. But if you keep this powered with hydrogen and connected to your network, you can see it absorbs the shock. You have to make sure you have enough of these lined up so that you don't, you know, run out. Let's give myself some hydrogen. Plop it in. So now these will protect the network from the lightning blasts. And if you don't have enough, then yeah, they have like a cooldown period on with the little bar here, so you have to make sure that you have enough to like keep up with your network, you know. And these will take hydrogen. I don't know if it's necessarily realistic to make them use hydrogen, but I imagine it's like it's diffusing the energy into the hydrogen. Basically converting the electrical surge into heat, right? Is the concept, I guess. So yeah, 3 is probably not enough for this many buildings. Probably need another one in here. I'm gonna be balancing this, like the frequency of these blasts and stuff. It's hard to say. I mean, I don't want it to be too easy to deal with the surge stuff here. What is going on? Oh, we had the 99 stack. Okay, I was like, is there literally a million stone here? Yeah, it's coming along. I just got to keep refining and working on this stuff. Oh, sorry, let me read everything in here. I remember the first time I tried modding the game and I couldn't find the star launcher because it was called Spaceship. Oh, yeah. I do want to change that soon. It's tricky, though, because the issue with how buildings are saved in Starground is it actually has a reference to its like, file path, right, in the project. But one thing I would love to do is change that system. Instead of using a file path or saving that info, it just saves the ID of the building. Because then it just knows, like, okay, this is the kind of building that should be here. I know that. Let's go find out what is the file path to that building. It's just a better way of saving. So I'm probably going to implement that. at some point. I just I'm gonna have to figure out a way of how I can convert all of our old saves over. That's kind of the challenge. But it would be better. Because then I can move things and rename things and it doesn't matter. So. I want to try and build a boat to fly over the gas. Yeah. Actually, can you? Let me check. You might be able to, which is not supposed to happen. Yeah, you can. So there's a couple things I've still got to fix with this map, obviously. I think you can also place water buildings out here still, like this. Yeah, it's not supposed to happen. The game is just thinking that this is an ocean out here, when in reality it is not an ocean. I have a tag already set up in the regions called Void, so I just need to work on that and make sure that if you try and place a water thing over in a void area, it just doesn't work. So. Yeah, that's kind of funny. Yeah, it's getting there. Just got to keep working on things. This is going to be out on the 14th. So. A lot of work to be done. Okay, so what I want to add to this is like a, what do I want to add to this? Texture. I guess a texture. We'd do like a 9 patch rect. And I want this to just be a square. Let's do this. Let's just do a 32 by 32 right now. Oh, I freaking suck at drawing. So we'll just call this blueprint box. Save as a PNG. Not over there though. All right. So we're gonna keep track of the mouse position. So let's go get our blueprint box. Let's close the game out. Blueprint box. Now what we're gonna do is on this blueprinter script. So normally what's gonna happen is that it's just gonna follow the position of the mouse. So we're gonna say global position is equal to get global mouse position, right? Easy. But we're gonna say var click or just drag start and var drag end. And these are gonna be vector 2 coordinates. Okay. And we're gonna have a variable called dragging. So we're gonna say if input dot is action, thank you, pressed, click. This is gonna be just pressed. Then we're gonna go ahead and say dragging is true. And then if dragging, if input dot is action just pressed, dragging is false. So right when we first start this, we're gonna say drag start is equal to global position. And then right when we end this, we're gonna say drag end is equal to global position. Actually, we'll actually just do this. We'll say if dragging, and then drag end is global position. And we're also gonna say the visibility of this node is equal to whether we're dragging or not. And this is where we're going to update the sizing of this. So we're gonna say dot size is equal to drag end dot x. This will be a vector 2. I guess it'll just be drag end. Well, size will be equal to drag end minus drag start. Yeah. So let's try this out. I wonder what this is gonna look like. So in theory, this should start stretching out a region on this. I have no idea if it's gonna work, but I'm curious to see what happens. Let's make sure the 9 slicing is set up properly. Okay. Let's try it out. It should be visible on top of everything. Yeah. All right, so we're just gonna experiment with this and see what happens. So as I click and drag, it should start creating that drag area. Oh. It's a little finicky. Oh, just released. Whoops. Let's try that again. So check this out. Whoa. Okay, I see an issue. So we only want to do that if not dragging. All right, check this out. Ready? Ready? Oh, what? Hold on, we'll get this to work, don't worry. If dragging, drag and, oops, it should be global mouse position, not global position, that's why it doesn't work. Okay, check this out. Whoa, so now we can drag out a rectangle to copy a blueprint. Also, before we go ahead and start this whole thing, we're gonna say the size of this, reset it back to vector 2.0. So it doesn't do that flickering, it still does the flickering. Well, that's fine. I'll actually just reset the size back. Oh, is it because drag end isn't reset? I think that's what's happening. So we just have to say drag end is equal to drag start initially. Let's try that. There we go. So now it just makes a nice selection box. So what this is going to let us do is just kind of select a region, right, like this to blueprint. And as you can see, since it's position independent, we can even like select a region and then start running. And this will just it'll just keep selecting. So we can let go and then that'll create the blueprint. So that's where now we have to get the physics shape, the shapecast 2D working properly. So the tricky thing with this is that the size of this, like this is kind of centered around its origin. So we have to offset the position of the shapecast with its size. So first off, one thing that's really easy, if dragging, we're just gonna say right here. Also same with this one. The size of the shapecast will just be the same as the 9 patch rect. So we're going to say .shape.size is equal to 9 patch rect.size. Easy. Now we also have to say shapecast dot position is equal to shapecast.size divided by 2. So that should push it, like it'll always be centered around the top left of where we drag our region out from. So let's try that. And just to make sure that this all works, I'm going to go ahead and say debug invisible collision shapes. I don't think that updates live, so we have to relaunch the game. And I just want to make sure that our collision shape is matching. Okay. It's gonna look like a mess in here, don't worry about it. We just are looking for the collision shape. So here's our shape cast, I presume. So if we start selecting a region... Oh, it's not happy. Oh. My bad. Oh, so you can see the physics shape region is perfectly matching our square. So what this will let us do is kind of... oh, no, bro. It's not going to be constantly updating like this. It's just because it's... Right now it is. We're only going to do the physics check once, right when we let go of the selection. So it'll be fine. Don't worry. Right, it's not going to be constantly running like this, because when you do that, it's really slow. But if it's only one frame of creating the blueprint, it's not a big deal. So let's go ahead and do that. So we're going to disable the physics shape. And we're only going to do this once right on just released. We're going to say dragging is false, shapecast force shapecast update. And that'll give us a big list of all the buildings that it's intersected with. Oh, excuse me. Say collision mask is 3. And now as we do this, we let go, you can see it's completely fine. No lag. So we know our collision shape is working just fine. We can go ahead and disable our visible collision shapes again now. Turn that off. Okay. So, I mean, we're kind of getting there pretty close. So now we just have to loop through everything that this shapecast found and then store it. So we're going to say var blueprint. Right now, it's just going to store 1. We'll figure that out. But... So it's just going to be an empty dictionary. We're going to say for I in shapecast 2D dot force shapecast, or no. Get collision count. We're going to say var building is shapecast 2D dot get collider at index I. And we're going to say if building is buildable, then we're going to mark it as something we can actually blueprint. So this is where we're just going to say blueprint dot pushback. You know, I'll have to figure out how to do this right. I mean, it's not going to be easy. I might make the blueprint thing like snap to the grid, because it'll just be easier that way. We'll have to figure out what we're going to do for like edge, like when you select something just on the edge and stuff. We'll see. But yeah, in here what I can say is instead of just global mass position, we're going to say dot snapped f step is vector, or it's just 16. I think we had to say vector 2 16 16. So we'll see what that looks like. Alrighty, if dragging. So that'll push back all the buildings. And I don't necessarily want to just push back the building. We're going to have to figure out the format of how this is going to be like saved. So imagine we're going to be pushing back a dictionary of our building info. So first off, we're going to have ID, and this is going to be building ID. We also need the position of this building relative to where we started our blueprinting. Just so we know, like, relatively where to put these buildings next to each other. So position is going to be building dot global position. So it's going to be our global position. Well, actually, yeah, it'll be building global position minus our global position. So that pushes back ID in position. Eventually we'll work on like doing recipes and all that stuff, but that's gonna take some time. So I'm just gonna say after that's all done, print out our blueprint. All right. Let's try this out. Okay. So you can see that initial position is now snapping to, here, if we go up here, it's going to snap to one of these corners on these tiles. So it's not just going to go wherever you click. So that's good. The other thing too that I want to do is make sure that our end position is also snapping. So snapped, vector 2, 16, 16. We also have to make sure that this works on world sizes that are odd. So yeah, you can see how that works now. So if we go ahead and just select this, it should show up down here. Oops. Right, blueprint is that. I wonder how I want to do this. If I want blueprint to be a list of, I mean, really it's just an array. We'll probably make it an array. So let's quit out and reload the player scene. We don't necessarily need a dictionary. All right, so now when we select a region, we can see that blueprint was nothing. But if we like select these two buildings, we can see the 2 Tesla coils. So this gives our position relative to our offset. So right here, that position of that Tesla coil should be, I think, 16, 16. Okay, so for some reason it was minus 888, which I don't know if that's correct. It seems wrong. We'll figure it out. Oh, actually, this is the first one here, so... Yeah, no, that makes sense. 24, 24. So it's 24 pixels offset because the center of that Tesla coil's, you know, there. So a tile plus another 8. Yeah. So it is creating the list of our buildings, which is good. So yeah, that's good stuff. Now, let's try this on a world that has an uneven or an odd world size. Actually, these are all even, aren't they? Interesting. So you can't even really create an odd world size. I mean, technically you can if you break the game, but I'm not really going to worry about it right now, then. We'll figure out that road when we get there. We'll cross that road when we get there, whatever the saying is. And if you're zoomed in, does this box get larger? Yeah, it does. Okay, let's go ahead and make this a real tool so that we're not, like, mining every time we're using it. Oh yeah, also ads are over, guys. Sorry about that. So we're going to create an icon for the blueprint. Let's see, what's the vibe I want to go with? I figured we'd just do like a regular old blueprint rather than a tape measure, but I don't know. Right, just something like Maybe at an angle like this. I don't know. It's hard to draw. Maybe that's too much of a 45. We could instead do a not 45. Kind of like this. And then if it's at like this angle, I imagine I wanted it to be like over here. And we're gonna fill those out. Yeah, we're definitely probably gonna change the colors up on this. I'm just kind of getting the shape in. So I'm thinking like that, and yeah, for the blue, we'll probably do something like that. And then I want it to kind of be rolled up on the sides, because I think it's just a vibe. Right, so something like that. And we're going to be messing around with this. This is not final. So if something's rolled up, that means that the top is going to be taller than the center, like this. So it means that we can anti-alias. It also means that we'll like kind of see it from this angle. Right, like that. And it means that this will be in darkness. Same over here. Maybe something like that. And so let's do a little bit of that. A little bit of that action. I guess that'll be there. I guess these wouldn't have to be like that. Okay. And then just like some bits on here kind of being like, hey, this is the actual blueprint. That doesn't look good at all. Maybe we just have like a little icon on here, you know? Something that looks like it could be a blueprint. I would do a gear if we could fit it in, but it's not gonna work. There's like a face. Yeah. I mean, we don't necessarily need to put a thing down there. I mean, it'd be cool, but I don't know how I'm gonna fit it in. Let's outline this really quick. I want to kind of see what that looks like. Okay. think we change this up here back to this. Oops. Okay, I do like how this looks so far, I think. Where it's got like the two rolls. The other option is that we just make one side of it kind of curled up instead of both. Right? Which might give us a little more space to work with, so we could just eliminate this side. Like that. Which, maybe that'll work a little better here. Almost like it's curling down a little bit, like that. It's not terrible. Now in this we can put... It'd be a little easier to draw something on here. So most blueprints usually have like a grid, but I don't think that's going to look right in this case. So let's just do, maybe now we can fit a gear in here. It's really hard to do at an angle like this, though. This might be harder than I thought. Kinda. Kinda looks like a gear. Maybe if it was like white, it would stand out a little more. And what do you guys think? It might sort of work. Maybe I make that side darker because it's like going down. That's a little too dark though. Maybe like that. Well, we could keep changing this icon later, but I think this is good enough for now. So just call this blueprint. PNG image. So I see amazing with your pixel art skills. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Okay. So now we're going to go into our tools menu. In our player. Tools wheel. Okay. So this is where we like do all of our tools. So now what we're gonna do is increase the... How do I do that? I probably do this in Ready. No, I don't. So by default, it's just 0, just one thing in there. And then down here is where I add the other ones in. So create images. So if that one's complete, pushback 1. If that one's complete, pushback 2. Okay. So this will push back blueprint. And that'll be at index 3. Okay, so that's like the tool index, what that is. So it doesn't matter what order they're in necessarily. Okay, I see. So technically you could unlock the blueprint before you unlock the fishing rod and stuff, yeah. Then down there, I don't think I need to change any of that stuff. All right, so all that's gonna do is then in here, it's just gonna check what's our current index of our thing that we just selected. You know, it's pretty easy. And just set it. So we should be good to go. And then what do I set in here? This is, I think I copied the fishing rod. Yeah, I pushed that back to the tools array. So that'll be setting the selected tool index. And it'll also be selecting our, what is this? Owner.selected tools equal to 1? I guess that's just whether that's true or not. Yeah. Okay. So let's try this out. Let's go to research. Add it to one of our research tables. And let's just make a new research. Call this research blueprinting. Oops, requires... what should it require? Oh, here, let's move this down here. That is in a weird spot. All the way down. Doesn't really need advanced renewables. I'll just say it requires... Maybe it requires overdrive logistics. And this will unlock Starground, Pool, Blueprint. Okay. So now if we go back to our items table, we're going to have to create that. So we have the shovel tool here, but we're going to add another one now. Blueprint, sprites, blueprint. Okay. Ugh. So now, if we load up the game, we should be able to select our blueprint. And right now there's no code or anything, so it's just going to do nothing when we try and... I mean, well, it'll still do the blueprinting thing, but we need to tie it to the blueprint tool being selected, so... So we just have that, but if we say research all, now we can see we research blueprinting, which unlocks the blueprint. And now we can select it. So as you can see, it's just nothing in our hand right now. That'll change. We just have to mark it as like what we're actually, you know, doing with that. But now we can select all the buildings we want. So I think the actual selection and blueprint creation stuff seems to be working pretty good. We just have to get it set up so we can actually place it down. So I'm gonna try this. This is probably gonna be a mess, but I just want to see what happens. So we're gonna say if input.is action just pressed UI right, then we're gonna set up code to create our blueprint. Ooh, you'll be able to save and share. Yeah, I'm gonna add that functionality. So what I want to do is once we're good with the format of our blueprints, one thing that I've always really loved about Factorial blueprints is the fact that you can share them so easily with the blueprint string. It's just you copy some text and then you paste it to somebody else and now they have your blueprint. And I think that's such a nice, like, clean and easy way of sharing blueprints. So I kind of would like to also do that with Starground. I imagine what we'll do is encode our array, our blueprint data array, into something that's easier to copy and paste into just a string of characters. And then when somebody pastes that back in, it converts that back into a blueprint. So yeah, I'd like to do that. And then we just have a little button somewhere. I think I'm going to add a new menu to the game, which is like the blueprint menu where you can import other blueprints, then also select ones that you've saved in like a list, you know, so that you can use those again. Blueprints are not going to be like Factorio, how they're like an item. They're just going to be just a data entry. And I'm going to make blueprints just automatically global so that any blueprint you save, it'll apply to any game that you join. So now what we're going to do here is whenever we've pressed UI right click, we're going to attempt to build these buildings. Sounds really nice. Yeah, I think it'll be great. It'll really, I think, help encourage like factory builds and stuff and like ways to do things. If people have an easy way to share those concepts with other people, you know. So for I in blueprint, we're going to go ahead and just create this at whatever position we're at. So let's just say building. So what we're going to do is say global dot buildings table dot get. How do we do the... Actually, I'm curious how we do the like building and for normal buildings, you know, when we place down something. Maybe that's the way that we should do it here. So let's just go to build preview. And then down in here where we say, whatever, when we click, we run some code in here that like tells the building to be placed. So right here. Okay, we just say build object. So we're just gonna kind of use that same code. Hit enter, yeah, it's all good. So let's grab this. All right, so now we have this code for building a blueprint. So we needed to just fill out all these things. So rotation is something that I would like to remember for these buildings. What about blueprints that cost too much for you to hold at one time? I know that's probably going to be a massive blueprint for it to reach that. Yeah, like if there's too many items. I will have to figure out like the plan for that of exactly how the like building and item requirement stuff will work. Not sure. It might just be a thing where it just plops down like a framework and then you just right click on the buildings to actually build them. You know what I mean? If that makes any sense. Because then it's like you still have to supply the materials to the buildings, but it just gives you like a really quick, easy way to do it. So it would kind of do this where it's like, let's create a new whiteboard. So let's say you have some buildings over here. Yeah, right. So you have some buildings, some conveyors or whatever, right? This is your setup. You copy this as a blueprint. Then what it does is yeah, right, like Schematica. And then what it does is it just places down some things over here. They're kind of like holograms. And then whenever you right click on them, it just takes the items from your inventory to build those buildings. So I think that might be a nice, like, it's still kind of hands-on, like you're still building the things, but it's just an easy way to like not think about the placement and stuff. It's just kind of set up for you already. And then the item stuff is really easy. We don't have to worry about any of that. So I think that's going to be the play. So building ID is just going to be our building. we're gonna say building.id. Object, I'm not sure what that is. Okay, that's just the info for the buildings table. So all we're gonna say is var building data is global.buildings table get building.id. So object is going to be that. And then this is just going to be building data dot object size. Connection is just going to be null. Type. That's where we say node type. And that's where we're just getting custom class. I'm not going to worry about that right now, so I'm just going to pass in nothing. And rotation, we will have to figure out how to grab rotation from buildings that are already placed. And that might need a lot of custom implementation. That, or we just like kind of standardize the way we store rotation in buildings. We just replace all the building specific stuff with just one like variable for all buildings that's called rotation. That way it's easy and standardized. So I don't know if this is gonna work, but we'll try. And then what we're gonna do is we're gonna say our current global position plus building dot position. All right. I don't know if this is gonna work, but we're gonna try it. So whenever we right click it, it should do that. So let's just do a simple test to start. So let's give ourselves some iron ingots. Right. So here's our blueprint. We're gonna copy our blueprint, boom, and now if we right click, doesn't seem to do anything. Let's make sure that it's working. Does not seem to be working. It's not printing an output either, though, so... What is UI right? And let's just make sure that we're doing this right. Oh, that's not the same thing. I think UI click right is what I want. Yeah. Okay, let's try this. You guys ready for this? Let's see what happens. Whoa. That's... I didn't realize I copied that blueprint. Oh, every time I'm not resetting the blueprint. Okay, I know what's happening. So whenever we let go, we have to make sure that the last blueprint is reset. So I have to say blueprint dot clear. Okay, my bad. Let's try this again. So now I copy this, right click, boom. It's kind of working. Now, obviously, the rotation and direction of the conveyors isn't working. And you can also see that it's like... Well, it's good that it stops whenever there's a... Like, something that it can't be placed on. That's good. But yeah, you can see it's a little quirky. Definitely have some work ahead of ourselves to get this exactly where we want. But it does work, so that's pretty cool. So we can like select something like this and then just it doesn't want to do it though. I mean, I can see that these buildings are in here. Chest, mover, chest. Huh? It's like it's only showing one of them. That's peculiar. And then placing this one doesn't seem to work, which is strange. Yeah, placing there doesn't work either. I don't know why our blueprinting seems to only work with the conveyors. Only sometimes, though. You can see I just copied those blueprints. Boom. But now when I'm trying to right-click again, it just doesn't work. So it's definitely kind of odd. Not sure what's wrong. Okay, that one kind of works. It's really weird. Like, it's placing the harvester, but for some reason it doesn't copy any of these buildings. Which is really weird. And then sometimes it just stops. Like, you can see now, it's just not working anymore. So, very odd. I'm not really seeing any errors in here. I just wonder if, like, one of these things is null or something, like if we print building data. Every time we do this, let's just print what data is so we can confirm that it's doing everything properly. Quite a couple things, huh? Size, rotation, hidden false, water pump. So, I mean, it definitely has all the info there. It just doesn't seem to want to work. We can go into our build object script and just make sure that it's like... Oh, it's because we don't have the proper items. That's what's happening. So the reason I can't place this stuff is because I ran out of materials. So if I give myself the stuff, now I can place it again. And that's why it wasn't placing our movers and stuff, because we just didn't have the materials. So if I give myself plenty of iron, and plenty of wood, and plenty of stone, well, that's good to know. Now if I copy this setup here and place it, boom, we're fine. Ooh. That's something, though, that happens. You get stuck. But yeah, you can see the minute that I run out of the materials I need, it just doesn't work anymore. Well, that's odd, though. I should have enough. I think I accidentally created a new blueprint, yeah. So, it's getting there, it's getting there. What would also be really cool is if I actually built, like, an image preview for the blueprint being placed down. I don't know exactly how I would do that. I could probably just like force draw the sprites with like the rendering server. Just so that you kind of get a preview of where it's about to place this blueprint, because otherwise it's really hard to know like how it's actually going to place, obviously. So I think what we can do for that is, yeah, use the rendering server. So in process, we can say, because you can say like rendering server dot force draw, I think, or something, or let me look at how you do that. It's so hot. Alexa, fan on. It was so hot today. It's insane. How do you do it? Well, let's just go look at the documentation for rendering server. Okay, create. Find Luigi type B, yeah. Canvas create, we might have to do that. I know we can do this with the draw function. So maybe we just do that. And now we can just say draw. I think we can say draw texture, right? Yeah, draw texture. And then we can pass in the texture 2D, the position, the modulate. Yeah, this should work. Here it's getting really cold for some reason. I wish it was getting cold here. That'd be nice. So now what we're going to say is just for I in blueprint. We're going to say var building data is global.buildings table.get I.id. So now we're going to say draw texture building data dot sprite. And then the position, which is just going to be, I think that's a relative position. So I think we're just going to say I.position, like that. And now whenever we're placing it down in here, we're just going to say draw. What's the function? It's like to call draw. Q draw or something, Q redraw. So let's see what this looks like. Oh yeah, look at that. So now it just shows a nice little like preview of where it's about to place down your blueprint. So we can copy a blueprint here, boom. And now it'll show where it's at. I don't know why it's drawing, oh yeah, it's because we copied one over there. So one thing is that all the sprites are drawing, it looks like they're drawing centered instead of at like a absolute offset. Because you can see if we like, so let's just see which way it needs to go. If we place this here. Oh, I just created a blueprint. Whoops. Here, let's do this. Copy those two. And if I right click to place it. So we just need to subtract the position by 8. Which is pretty easy to do. We just say position minus vector 2, 8, 8. And we can also pass in a modulate for this too, right? So we can say color 1, 1, 1, 1, or 0.5, so they can kind of be semi-translucent. So now you can see what that looks like. So we copy our thing we want to do. Right, it's always relative to like the position that you copy it at. So if you copy it there, then it's going to be building like that. Now we can just go choose a position to put this down at. So like right here, boom. It's pretty good. It works. Now the only thing that kind of will be really hard to do is the proper rotations and stuff like that for each sprite. So like if we're copying a conveyor belt that's like rotated, we're gonna have to know in our blueprint how it's supposed to look, you know? And that's definitely gonna be hard because it's not just gonna look like that by default. It's just gonna be like this. So it seems like we're copying buildings that aren't in our selection radius. I think that's because our shapecast is a little bit too big. I think what we need to say in our position stuff here. Actually, it's probably because the position of this is not being snapped. No, it is. Let's just decrease the size of it ever so slightly. So size minus vector 2. 2, 2. So that'll decrease the size vertically and horizontally by 2 pixels. And then we're just going to say position is shape size divided by 2. Vector 2, 1, 1. Plus that. So that should be fine. So now if I select this with those, it should only select those 3, yeah. All right, so we're definitely getting there. But this isn't looking too bad so far. We could also make it so it looks like the kind of the blue. So let's go into here, and we can say it's more blue than anything. Like that. There we go. And so far it's nice because we can just copy whatever kind of like building we want and stuff, so that's cool. I mean, it's already kind of in a good spot. Just the ability to like quickly copy paste stuff like this if you have the materials is kind of nice. But obviously it needs a lot more work. We can't do rotation, so that's the big thing we need to figure out now. So let's go into, like, for example, in our conveyors, what is the rotation that gets stored inside of here? So actually, let's just check in here in a multiplayer. When we place a building, okay, so this is it right here. We're just checking if there is a variable called dir, and if there is, then we know what the rotation of the building is. So this should be pretty easy. We just have to convert the direction of this back into the rotation, and then store that again. Or not even bother, we just store dir. Yeah. So back to our blueprinter, we're now going to store this, which is rotation, which is going to be... and we'll do this. We're going to say var rotation is 0. Just call it rot. If building, or we'll say if dir in building, and rot is building.dir. Now down here, rotation is rot. So then whenever we're creating the building, we're going to set that variable now. So rotation is going to be, oh, but we're passing in rotation as they, okay. So we will need that as an angle. That's fine. Let's go back to our blueprinter. So we're not going to set rot to that, but we're going to say dir dot angle. I think we can do that. Vector 2 dot, hold on. From angle. Dot. I know there's a way to convert a vector 2 into a angle. Yeah, it's dot angle. Huh. Okay. Well, that should be fine then. So let's try it out. If we go ahead, let's give ourselves some iron ingots. If we now select a blueprint like this that has rotation. Oh, I just messed everything up. Let's rebuild it. So we select that and then place it. No, it doesn't get set. I wonder what rotation is passing in as. So it's passing in as pi. Is that the way that I do it inside of our build preview, or do I get rotation differently? I might. Okay, I get object rotation as this. So what even is this? Okay. So object rotation. Okay, so that's actually just a number. 0, 1, 2, 3. So we'll just calculate it the same way. So let's try that. Select it. Oh, it's not happy. Float and int operator. So let's say a round eye, like that. Try that again. Still not working. Not sure why. Oh, because the angle that this is returning, that's going to return angle in terms of radians. Is there like angle degree? Whatever, we can just say rad to deg. Like that. And now it should work. So if we go ahead and select this, boom. And now we place it. Still didn't work. Not sure why. Let's reload into the game. Let's just copy a little section here. Oops. Like that. And try placing it. Didn't rotate them. Okay, so clearly we've got some more work to figure out here. Oh, it's because I'm not actually... Okay. I think it's getting rotation properly, but... I don't think I'm sending that over here. Yeah, I'm just sending 0. So we have to say, building dot rotation, and that'll fix everything, hopefully. So let's give myself some iron ingot. Now let's try copying these. Whoa. So yeah, it's working. Now we can copy this, and then boom. We didn't have enough materials for the splitter, but let's try doing like this again. Right? So we've got that. Let's select it. Now when we place it down, what on earth? Why is it at a diagonal? Okay, I must be calculating my rotation incorrectly, which is whack. That's so weird. It's actually at a diagonal. How is that possible? Would that... I'm very curious about these conveyors. Do they work? I kind of want to see. Can I... This is even more cursed than your mod, Oshik. Yeah, you definitely have to add this. So like that, and then does this even work? Oh my god, it does. That's so cursed. That's so bad. Ugh. How did that even happen? It's crazy that they just work. I can add in a ability to do diagonal rotation. It's terrible, but... I'll do it just for you, Oshik, so you can make the game cursed. I know you've been wanting diagonal rotations anyways with buildings, so... I just gotta figure out how this works, though. Right? Apparently I did, yeah. Ah, and it should work like this too, which is just not good, but... I gotta fix the blueprinting tool working when I'm... Just... No. I think then point down on the Z-axis. Yeah, that's just, yeah, undergrounds. Ah. This really is cursed. Oh, it'd be terrible if your mod had like, it let you do like infinite rotations where you can just hold R and it just slowly rotates. You know what I mean? Yeah. So it's truly gridless, not even the rotation snaps. It's... Oh god, could you do that with splitters too then? Technically, I think you can. The Freedom mod. The Nightmare mod. Oh yeah, technically this is a one block merger then, because then you could put another like conveyor over here at a diagonal. The mover could also be placed at an angle? So much as I hate to say it, let's try it. So if I make a little ring of movers, and then we copy this. God. Let's make sure I have enough iron. Oh, it didn't work. Hold on. Ah. Press the wrong button. It doesn't seem like it worked. But movers will still work with a diagonal conveyor like this. If you just put a mover right there, then it should just work. No, what's happening? How did I just do that? Oh, I just copied a blueprint and then placed it. Okay. I thought I accidentally just built that like normal. That would have been terrible. So you could do this, and then the mover will still work, I think. We put items in here, I'm pretty sure it'll still grab it out, yeah. But then if we, like, let's say this is filled up with items or whatever. Give copper wire 99. So as soon as this gets filled up, it'll stop working, and then the items will continue on to the side. Yeah, movers have like different sprites for the rotations. So that's why it won't really work with the infinite rotation, but... Oh, side mover give me a scare. One of the first sprites that uses purple. I think the first building sprite that uses purple. I don't think anything else does. Dreadcap uses purple and stuff, but that's a whole different thing. Okay, watch this, watch this. It's so bad. No. My world is so cursed now. Because these things are just gonna stay this way. Let's actually resave the world because it's kind of funny. It's kind of horrible. Okay, I gotta figure out though. I'm gonna do this. I kind of want to change the format of how rotation is saved, because I'm pretty sure in conveyors already. The way rotation is saved is just if we go to conveyor, it just saves it how it is, just dir. So I kind of want to change all rotation in buildings instead of using angles, how I'm doing where I'm converting between angles and stuff. I say we just go ahead and make everything just use a vector, because that's kind of honestly a better way to do it. Angles are tricky because you have to convert everything, but vectors are nice because you can just like straight up use it for math. You can say vector times 10, and now you have a ray moving in the direction of our object. So it's just better that way. Can you put the gridless mod on for 1 second? Sure. I want to see what happens though if I reload into the save. Do you think they stay rotated like that? I don't actually know. I think they do. Yeah, they do. Cursed. Horrible. Terrible. So yeah, let's turn on gridless mod. Can I make everything rotate? Technically you can, but a lot of buildings just don't care if they rotate. Yeah, right? Like, I mean, you could add in the rotatable tag on the buildings and then add multiple sprites, but it's not gonna like do anything unless you go into the code of the, oh god, unless you go into the code of the building and make it so you, like, it detects what rotation it has, you know what I mean? So, and also they probably won't save their rotation. I mean, you could add it, but it would be a whole thing. Like, you could make furnaces rotate. That would be terrible. All right, gridless mod is on. God. Now I could really make these look good. All right, so we could do like boom. Well, good, quote unquote. The first curved conveyor in Starground. This is so bad. Oh, no, oh my god. Okay, guys, you see what I just did? So movers do rotate at a diagonal, but just visually they don't. So yeah. That is so cursed. So how did I even do that? Is it just a conveyor that's rotated to the left and then I place it down? No. Then which rotation is causing that? I think it's things rotated up. Then if I copy that and place it, yeah. So now we have a diagonal mover. Let's see what even happens with this. I have no idea. Here, I need to make some more diagonal conveyors. Hold on, guys. Oh, God. I need another diagonal mover. Now let's put down some chests. I don't know if this is gonna work. We'll try. Oh, it's not working. I think it's because the conveyor is just a little bit off from the mover, so it's just not, can't reach. Which is too bad. But let's just try doing a normal mover. I just want to see if it can move diagonally at all. Oh no. It can. But this one doesn't seem to work. Well, that's okay, we'll just do this. Look how terrible that is, guys. Ugh. Just horrible. It's even worse because of the preview not matching the gridless thing. Yeah, I need to fix that. I will do that. I'm gonna get it set up so the grid stuff doesn't... It stops applying when you're when you have use grid off. Say, Boston, welcome in. Just the way I intended. Yeah, it's pretty terrible. Anyways, time to skateboard, guys. Yeah, I think I'm gonna make it so that buildings just save their rotation data as a vector instead of an actual rotation like value, because it's just really weird. Diagonal skateboard. Well, the skateboard doesn't have any rotation built in, so I can't even rotate it to begin with. So blueprinting it won't do anything. But yeah. I do need to let's work on disabling the blueprint tool whenever we have them like a different tool out, because right now it's really annoying how it's just kind of constantly active. So back into the player, it's really easy. Basically all we do is just say in here, only do anything if owner.selected tool is equal to 3. Otherwise, disable everything else. So now we're no longer gonna... No! It's okay, I can recreate it. So now it won't do any blueprinting stuff unless we're actually using the blueprint tool. Well, it doesn't seem to be working. Oh, not selected tool. I have to say sub-selected tool. Is 3. There we go. So now we're on blueprint mode and we can copy the blueprints and all that. I also want to make it so it doesn't place the blueprint from the corner, but it does it from the center. You know? That might be a little tricky to calculate. I'm going to have to probably just, like, get the position of the furthest away building and then offset it by half. So it's kind of approximately in the center. But doesn't it rotate to diagonal doing tricks? So that's actually just like a code thing. It's not going to actually, like, do that with... what's the word? Oh, I need to fix that. That's just rotated the sprite, so get size divided by 2. That's basically what I'm gonna do, but I need to know not necessarily the size of an individual building or something, right? I need to know what is the overall, like, rectangular area of all the buildings that we have selected. And there is potential for some weirdness, because let's say we select a big thing like this. Okay, that's... something's off there. Oh, I have to fix that. This should only happen down here. There's a vector -8. If the size of our sprite is a multiple of 2 tiles. So we're just going to say var building offset is vector dot 0. And we're going to say if building data dot object size. Well, we don't have to do that. We can just calculate it. So building, let's just do this. So if it's 2, we just say mod 1. Then we just say %1. And it should work. And then same with dot .y and dot .x. Now we use building offset here. Times 8. So let's see if that works. Yeah, I figured that would happen. So let's just say mod F. Or it's F mod. It's always like opposite of what you'd expect. Okay, so this should fix the issue with that weird offsetting stuff. %1 is always 0? No, is it? Yeah, you're right. So what do I want to know? If it's %2, then we know it's even, but then that becomes 0. I guess I can just say 1 minus whatever that is. Because let's say that our building size is a 2 by 2. Oh, actually, we only want to be offsetting buildings that are 1. Never mind. It'll be fine. Except I think I'm offsetting them in the wrong direction. Here, let's run an experiment here, shall we? So we've got this building. Now we place it. Okay, so it's just the opposite direction or whatever. We need all of these to be offset by that, yes, but then also all of them minus vector 2, 16, 16. There we go. So now it should behave properly, I think. And then instead of this one being -8, we're going to say +8. So let's see what that looks like now. There we go. So now it's all the proper rotation, except the big building is completely wrong. Well, I'll keep figuring out how to do that, right? Also, it's not changing our hotbar icon to the, it's changing it to the fishing rod, which is really odd. Wonder why that is. I don't know why the offsetting stuff is so weird with 2x2 buildings and 3x3s and all that stuff. Probably because a 3x3 mod 2 is 1. Here, let's figure that out. Let's use a 3x3 building like the Purifier. Hold on, I gotta turn off the gridless mod. It's cool, but I need to figure out this positioning stuff really quick. Oh wait, that's not gonna actually... Never mind. Things are still gridless. I gotta restart the game. Oh, God. It's so hot, guys. Yeah, I forgot to reload. I kind of want to add a button to the mod menu so that whenever, like, mods change, it would, prompt you to restart your game. Might do that. Kind of like the blueprints to be built like the schematic cannon. That would be cool. I mean, that's like a secondary thing. That would be easy to implement once we get the actual like core mechanics of it ready, so. Okay, now is this normal again? Okay. So first off, the positioning of this stuff is just weird. Okay, no, it's just because I'm selecting it weird. Okay, so let's just grab 2 conveyors here, boom. Those get placed normal. But if I grab larger buildings, it just starts to fall apart. I don't know why. And if I grab this, you can see it seems pretty normal. I need wood. So 2x2s are normal and 1x1s. So as you can see, if I select like all of these buildings like this, then that should all place pretty normal. Ignore the rotation stuff, but yeah, it's normal. But then for some reason, this 3x3 building is just completely broken. You can see it's offset 1 tile down. Like, you can see what just happened there. Oh, is it just the preview that's not doing it right? Or is it the actual position that's broken? Well, I think it's just the preview. Because if I select these buildings here and then place it... Yeah, so we just need to figure out what's wrong with the preview. So a 3x3 building is going to say 3, mod 2 should return 1. So then that's going to say... Oh, it's because a 3x3 building is the same as... I know what the issue is. Okay, I just need to do this. Fmod that. So if that's equal to 1, then we know that the building is odd. Tarnish is so clean, thanks, yeah. Yeah, I've been working on making that a little nicer to navigate. I just wish the mouse would switch to the block icon when the planet is locked. Oh, like the little, like, the circle with the cross in it? Yeah, with the mouse. I could definitely add that. I think it'd be pretty easy too. I realized a really nice thing with a control nose is it lets you choose what kind of mouse icon is set when you hover over it. It's really convenient. So we can just go into the planet, or it's not called planet, but it's the Star Launcher button script. And then, because what I say down here is just set default cursor shape, pointing hand. We can set this to cursor forbidden, I think is the one. Yeah, off in a cross circle. So this is what we'll do. We'll just say if we're locked, then we set it to forbidden. But then as soon as we're no longer, or yeah, no, that's it. So we just do that and then it should work. Because it doesn't check while it's open if it becomes unlocked. So let's try that out. That's broken. Here. So is locked is true. Oh, we set it back in here to is locked is false. Okay, so if locked is false, then set it back to cursor pointing hand. And now it should work just fine. So let's reopen the menu. There we go. So if we go ahead and open up a save that's where those are locked, it should work. There we go. Now it shows the little circle cross icon. So yeah, that's cool. I do like that. I do want to kind of like make my own button class. One thing that I'm a little disappointed about with buttons in Godot is just the fact that they can't accept sounds, and also like the mouse icons and stuff. I really want to change every single button in the game to use a custom class so I can change the behavior of how they look and work. Like I want it to be set up to where when you hover over any button, it shows the little pointing hand. And likewise, when you hover over them or click them, I want them to play a noise, right? That would be kind of nice. So I'm probably going to work on implementing that. It's going to be annoying because there's a lot of buttons in the game, but eventually we'll get there. It also means I'm going to have to completely rebuild like the inheritance stuff. If there's any buttons that have an export, I'm going to have to relink those, and it's going to be annoying. But once it's done, it's done. I never have to do it again, so... I've created some custom control-based classes, and it's a bit of work, but it's so nice to use after. Yeah, it really is. Now, the only downside is, like, the children of the button class. Because that means I'm also going to have to create a custom type for all of those, too. Which is really annoying. Right? Because, like, the option button, the checkbox button, the regular check button, all of those are going to have to change. So that's going to be really annoying. But... it'll probably be worth it, right? Yeah. I mean, I don't really have to do any extra code with those ones. It's just a matter of just make a custom class. Yeah, right. I just have to make a custom class for all those. And just inherit from my custom button class, and then it'll just kind of work. I mean, it's not really that hard, but it's just a little annoying. I'm actually going to check and build preview how it handles. Or no, because that's different. Okay, so how are we going to do this? I just need to know, is the size even or odd? If it's odd, don't do anything. Right? So if it's 0, then we set the offset. No, if it's odd, we do something. We gotta figure this out. The train build things don't work with use grid false. Oh yeah, I gotta... well, that's tricky. I don't know if that would... if I can make that work. Because it's gonna like be weird. I mean, I can make it so you can place them down without the grid, but you can't like... obviously break the constraints of the tile map, so we'll figure that out. Let's just, here, I need to see exactly what we need to do in here. I'm just gonna delete all the garbage in here and let's just experiment. And let's only do the modifications we actually have to do. Right? So, regular conveyor, let's see what that looks like. Just say research all. So we select it. So that is offset by 8 pixels. Okay, easy. Now let's do a 2x2 building. Like the furnace. Oops. Let me out. Okay. So now we have the furnace. We're going to select it like that. And this is offset by way too much. So it is offset by 1 full tile. So that means if we have like this setup, it's going to look broken. Yeah. But when we place it down, it'll be fine. It's just like the display of it. So really what we need to do is offset all buildings. Yeah. So this is what we're going to do. Offset all buildings by 16 first off. Get them to the right, like, positions. Boom, like that. And then we're just going to say only the 1x1 buildings. Also, that's off, isn't it? Oh, that's so weird. So the 2x2 building for some reason is off by only 8 pixels vertically? Which kind of doesn't make any sense. Wonder why that is. Let's reselect this, just make sure. That's so weird. Why would it be like that? Oh, I'm not taking into account the sprite offsets. That's my issue right now. That's why everything seems weird. So we have to say building data dot sprite offset. Duh. There we go. Now everything is normal. So the only thing we have to fix is... So is this in the right position now? It's still not. Which is really odd. Let's go into buildings table. Sprite offset for a furnace. Should be -3 pixels. But it seems like it doesn't do anything. Let's make sure that it's working. Yeah, it shows -3. Very odd. But it's not... Oh, it's -3, so we're just stupid. We just have to say plus. Now it should be normal. There we go. Kind of, though? It's still a little bit off. I don't know why it's just weird like that. Why is it so close, but just a little bit different? It doesn't make any sense. It's not like that when I place this down. So, what's going on here? Well, let's get these 1x1s working. So we're just going to say var size offset is vector2.0. If we do this, so if mod2 is 1, then we're going to say size offset is equal to vector2 8. Now we get rid of that one. So let's try this. Game? Hello? Okay. Game is gone. Let's relaunch it. Hello? Hello? Hello, hello? FNAF moment. Just wanted to call you to get you settled on your first job. I don't remember. I don't remember it word for word. FNAF. Night 1. Script. Oh. Hello? Hello, hello? I wanted to record a message for you to help you get settled in your first night. I actually worked in that office before you. I'm finishing up my last week now, as a matter of fact, so I know it can be a bit overwhelming. Okay. Hello? Hello, hello?
Hello, hello.
Oh, God.
I wanted to record a message for you to help you get settled in on your first night. I actually worked in that office before you. I'm finishing up my last week now, as a matter of fact. So, I know it can be a bit overwhelming, but I'm here to tell you there's nothing to worry about. You'll do fine. So, let's just focus on getting you through your first week. Okay, let's see. First there's an introductory greeting from the company that I'm supposed to read.
Crazy? That's crazy once. Oh no.
They locked me in a rubber room filled with rats. The rats made me go crazy. Crazy?
That was crazy once.
They locked me in a rubber room filled with rats. It's made me go crazy. Crazy?
I don't even know where that comes
Crazy.
from, the whole crazy thing.
What?
Oh, no.
I'm not crazy. Shut up.
Well, no, there's even a Spanish version. I have no idea where that comes from, yeah. It is quite funny, though. Okay, so it seems to work just fine on 1x1 buildings. 2x2s are still, like, really close, but just slightly off. I don't know what's up with that. Let's try a 3x3. Steel, 99. Give, stone brick, 99. Cobalt ingot? Okay, so that's wildly off. See, that's so weird. Why is the 3x3 building so off? Right, we selected there. We get the position relative to the top corner that we dragged from. But why is it off by a whole tile? It doesn't make any sense. Does that get even worse the bigger the building is? Like if we try and put down a space elevator, is it even worse? Let's try it. It is. It's like way off. What? Look how off that is.
Hello, hello. Hey. Hey, wow, day 4. I knew you could do it. Hey,
oh my God.
Listen, I may not be around to send you a message tomorrow. Banging it's been a bad night here for me. I am kinda glad that I recorded my messages for you clears throat when I did. Hey, do me a favor. Banging maybe sometime, you could check inside those suits in the back room. Banging I'm gonna to try to hold out until someone checks. Maybe it won't be so bad. Bang bang I always won.
My God, it keeps going. That's crazy. This is so odd. Also, I want to improve a little bit of this, where I'm going to say if blueprint, then I'm just going to say blueprint.clear. Otherwise, that's where we go ahead and... So right-click is just going to be for clearing. Yeah, this will work better. So I'm just going to say clear it there. And then on our UI click, we're going to say if blueprint.is empty. We're going to create the new one. Otherwise, yeah, we do this. Else, we're going to place it. So we don't have to clear it there anymore. And then we just say if it's not clear up there. This will probably feel a little bit better. Oh yeah, that's a lot better. Oh, never mind, it's broken. Yeah, I'll just disable all the dragging stuff right here, like... Oh, this is just released. Here, let's fix this.
Once upon a time there was a lovely princess, but she had an enchantment upon her of a fearful sword, which could only be broken by love's first kiss. She was locked away in a castle guarded by a terrible fire-breathing dragon. Many brave knights had attempted to free her from this dreadful prison, but none prevailed. She waited in the dragon's keep in the highest room of the tallest tower, for her true love and true love's first kiss. Like that's ever going to happen. What a loony. Shrek. Beware S.
Dude, I love the intro to Shrek. That's crazy. Okay, so we have no blueprint, then it'll let us do a blueprint like this, boom, and then once we have one, it's not going to keep dragging it. We just have it until we hit right click, and then it goes away. So that feels a lot better to select things now. It's still completely broken, but I don't know why it's like this. All the buildings are so off. The 2x2 seems fine, but it's just for some reason the vertical height of it is a little bit off. You can see the furnace is just ever so slightly off. And we can go into the furnace script, just double check everything. So position of this is at 16. This is at minus 19. Something's off here. The collision shape's not moved, right? No. Here, let's just clear out all of our position offset stuff. And let's turn on our sprite frames. Turn off that. Let's just get this lined up. And then all we're going to do is just say position -3 on the main sprite. Let's see what this looks like. I don't think that'll actually change anything though, now that I think about it. No, it's still just going to be off. It doesn't matter. Why is it off by... I think it's 3 pixels. 2, 3. So it's still off by 3 pixels. It's so weird, though. I wonder why. Because I'm literally correcting for it in here. Right? I say down here, plus sprite offset. If I get rid of that, then it's off by 6 pixels. Right? Yeah. So why does it need to be double? Doesn't make any sense. Unless it's because what the issue is that it's because the sprite offset is based off of placing a sprite around the origin point. And so doing it this way, it means I do have to multiply it by 2 to get it from the bottom corner or whatever. Because now you can see it's perfect. And it's probably the same situation with all these other ones too. Now this one is still completely off though, by a whole tile. So I don't know what's up with that. This one is now probably better, but it's still going to be off by a tile. So this one's off by 2 tiles, 2 whole tiles, you can see. I mean, at least the, like, the sprite offset stuff is normal now. But I guess the question is, why does it get so off? Right? It's kind of strange. I don't know. It must just have to do something with how the blueprints, like, are, like, the origin of it and stuff, right? Because the origin is definitely right there. I mean, I'm pretty sure. Maybe when we're placing down a blueprint, we should also go ahead and like store the data. Maybe we do that. So what I would like to do is that box that we have that kind of extends out. It'd be cool if when you're placing a blueprint, it does that to the edges of your blueprint. So actually, yeah, we could save some more info with our blueprints. So let's do this. Blueprint will just be that. And I think clear also works on dictionary. So down here, instead of saying push back, we're just going to say blueprint at index buildings.push back. And then that way we can also just kind of have like a general data entry for it. So we can say blueprint at like this index info or whatever, or just call it data. Now this can be whatever we want. So we can pass in size here of the blueprint. So size will be basically just whatever the size of our 9-patch rect is, actually. So this is when we finish it. Yeah. Should be fine. And then whenever we're just dragging it around and placing it, we'll just make the 9-patch that size. So I'll just say here if blueprint.is empty, just say that dot size is equal to print index data dot size. And then also in here, or we already do that, we're just going to pass in buildings. Well, I guess I'll do this. So buildings, and then make this an empty array just so it doesn't cause issues. Okay. Data. Whoops. Everything is broken. Let's relaunch the game. Well, I've got to go. It's nice watching you. I'll try to make more time to watch more streams. Yeah, sounds good. Thanks for popping in. I appreciate it. No pressure or anything to feel like you have to be here. So don't worry about that. Yeah, thanks so much for joining in, MBG. I appreciate it. Good luck with your stuff. university and stuff like that. Hopefully that goes well. Have a good rest of your night. Thank you, I appreciate it. Hopefully I can get this blueprinting stuff worked out. Oh, it's not happy. Oh, it's because I'm doing this. We have to say for I am blueprint at index buildings. I should also just say if blueprint.is empty, as long as there's actually stuff in the blueprint. I don't know why buildings is invalid. Oh, I'm stupid. Bye, MBG. Goodbye. Yeah, I need to say buildings at this index is equal to an empty array. Let's relaunch that. Try again. I'm probably going to have to leave here in just a second. Dinner's probably almost ready to go, so... But we've almost been going for 4 hours. We've made pretty decent progress, I would say, on blueprinting. I like that. I really do like that idea of like placing down the placeholder things that you just right click on to fill with items, because then we don't have to worry about like how you're gonna build the blueprints, right? So I think that's gonna work really well. So we're on the right track. I'm gonna really try and get this ready to go for the 14th. I think we can. It's not gonna be like super comprehensive in the beginning, but at least just getting it to a simple state, you know, would be nice. Also, I'm going to make sure that this 9-patch visibility, I'm just going to say .visible is equal to blueprint is not empty or dragging. Why is it just not happy? Oh, this is building in blueprint buildings. Let's try that. Alright, so let's see if this works now. Okay, so now it shows that box of where the blueprint is. That's good. We need to make it so it doesn't do that, though, when we haven't selected anything. Or you can see, like, it's still, no, that's odd. Now it doesn't let me select. Oh, because it thinks it grabbed a blueprint. But obviously there's not anything in there. So yeah, we need to fix that. So we just have to make sure that as long as, let's just say, if collision count is greater than 0, then we do that stuff. Otherwise, that way it'll make sure that an empty blueprint doesn't get created. So now we do that there and nothing happens. But if we do that here, it shows our blueprint. Cool. So hey, Goob, welcome in. How's it going? Thanks for Strange Eyes, working on bug/upgrades. Streams are always great for co-working. I appreciate it, yeah. Well, hope it was good. Yeah, I mean, we'll be going for a couple more minutes. We'll be ending pretty soon. Yeah, the blueprinting stuff is definitely like getting there. It's still jank as heck, but it's it kind of works, you know. Whoa, lag spikes. I don't think that's from the blueprint. Yeah, it's definitely interesting. I like this, like, showing the outline of the blueprint thing like this, because then it's like, I feel like it's just easier to position and stuff. So now that we actually know what the size of our blueprint is, this is the interesting part, we can offset this whole thing by that size. So up in here where we're saying if it's not empty, we're going to say size is that, and then also say 9patchrec dot position is equal to the size divided by 2. Oops. and set that to minus size. So that will kind of center our blueprinting like offset to where it needs to go. So let's go back to this. If we select something, you can see now it's in the center of my cursor instead of like way off in no man's land. So I'm actually not going to do that though. I think what I'm going to do is just say, right, just global position, whatever up here, offset by that. So we're going to say if not dragging, we set it to that. Then we say if our blueprint is not empty, we'll set it to the center position. Otherwise, we just set it to that. Okay. And so not empty means that it's going to be offset by blueprint data dot size divided by 2. So let's see what that looks like. Theoretically, that should now lock it to the center. Oh, it's because we set the the position of our 9 patch thing, so it's a little screwed up, but it looks like it's working, I think. Let's relaunch into the game. Oh, man. Yeah, Goob, your game is out now, right? Yeah, that came out last Friday, so how's that been going? Yeah, I saw it's on itch. When's your Steam release planned? Oh yeah, there we go. So now it's centered around the center of the mouse. Yeah, it came out on the 4th. It's gonna go great so far. Nice, that's awesome. Yeah, that's cool stuff. I'm getting good feedback and stuff from itch. Itch, I think, is a really great like kind of like a initial launch place, you know, if you don't have Steam ready to go. Yeah, it's looking like it's working good. And now it's centered around where we're placing it, which feels so much better than placing it at the corner, because corner placement stuff just feels wrong. It also works on like small things like that, 2x2. Do you think it fixes our 3x3 issue? No. It's still just offset by 1 tile, which I just find so odd. I have no idea why it just randomly decides to do that. But it seems like it has a pattern, because the larger the building gets, the larger that offset seems to become. Because like with something big like the Thumper, it's just offset by straight up 2 tiles, right? So I know that there's a pattern to it. I think we can fix it. It's just, we need to figure out how many tiles it gets offset by, and then just push the buildings back up to the top left by that amount. I've had over 800 plays. That's awesome. Yeah, I made a sale, even 2 ratings. Barely feedback. Nah, that's so good though. It's cool stuff. Okay, Steam launch 25th. Nice. Yeah. Steam does wonders for like visibility and stuff, you know? I actually did put Starground up on itch, like the demo, but it's just insane the difference between how many people download it on Steam versus itch. Itch is definitely like a great platform. You know, I've got nothing wrong with itch, but like it doesn't do a super great job at pushing visibility to people, right? I mean, if we go to the dashboard and look at the Starground demo analytics, it's like, this is like overall total views and stuff. So there's only been like a little over 100 downloads, which is pretty crazy. But then you compare that to Steam. I think Steam has like 30,000 downloads of the demo or something. I have to go look at it. We can go check that right now. But yeah, the difference is huge. So I think it's great that you are doing a Steam launch, because it definitely changes things a lot. Where is the demo? Oh, there it is. So yeah, we can look at the demo and then the analytics down in here. So yeah, it's 25,000 licenses. That's so much more than itch has ever gotten. So yeah, Definitely, definitely way crazier for visibility stuff. But yeah. That'll be cool though. I don't know if you didn't do Next Fest, did you? Oh yeah. I kind of want to also fix this issue with the blueprinting where you can only drag to the bottom right. All I need to do is just allow negative values on our selection area so that we can go up to the top left, and that should be fine. Also, that issue is still happening for some reason, where it selects nothing. Oh, it's because it's selecting the these buildings. I see. This is not correct in here. So down here, so I need to kind of run through and know which ones are actually buildings. So I think what I need to do is this. I'm just going to run through everything and only get a list of real buildings. And then we're going to say if buildable, go ahead and say buildings.pushback building and just say var buildings empty array. Now instead of checking against this, we just say if buildings.size is greater than 0, and then same down here. We're just going to loop through, for I in buildings. We don't need to check if it's buildable anymore. Okay, that should fix our issue now. And call this building. There we go. Because, yeah, I was just checking the number of collisions, so if you, like, just hovered over a rock or something, it would think that there's a building, but even though there's not. Yeah, there's still definitely some weird offsetting stuff. I mean, look at our skateboard, right? Where I select in the corner like that, but it's just a little off. Oh, it's because the skateboard can move. Duh, I'm stupid. No, that's fine. I think that's all good then. Yeah, it seems like it's placing it at the proper position and stuff. Cool. Mostly doing it for Steam practice though. No Next Fest. Didn't even know about it. Yeah, I had the page up by then. That's totally fair. Yeah. Definitely things to look at for next game. I would definitely say like Next Fest was a huge help for Starground because I got like 10,000 wish lists from Next Fest, even though the demo sucked. So imagine using that same duplicator feature for allowing players to take screenshots of their bases. That would be really cool. I could like implement a system like that of like doing a full base or like a full map screenshot. What I could essentially do is just expand the camera or have another camera, another viewport that grabs just a big massive image of the entire map and then just takes a screenshot and saves it. Minecraft used to have that feature a long time ago where you could do like this cool like 3D like top-down view of your Minecraft world. It was pretty sick. It honestly though, I don't think the lag would be too bad. It would be more of a issue of file size probably. I mean, all it has to do is just render in one frame. I can literally simulate it. Like here, if I turn off the zoom limit. This is how laggy it is when you can see the entire map at once. Honestly, I mean, yeah, it's slower, but it's still like, you only have to render one frame, so it's basically instant. Nobody would even know that it happened. So I think it's totally doable. You could even do this, take a screenshot of everything in the whole solar system. But yeah. Definitely doable. You just have to make sure the resolution of your image is big enough to really see everything on the map. You probably... Yeah, it would have to be enormous. It'd have to be like 10,000 by 10,000. Yeah, right? It's just an image. It's not like you need it to be fast. It just needs to... I just need to zoom out one frame of rendering and then we're done. Like, yeah. Definitely something I'll look into because it would be really cool. I know people want to share their builds and stuff, but it's hard to like do that with normal screenshots. If you could do this thing where you just take a screenshot of the entire world, I think that's really cool. So, hey, average Godot enjoyer, what's up? You can render images in Godot really easy. Yeah, I actually did that with another project I was messing around with, where I just took like a screenshot. It was for creating icons from 3D geometry. So all I do is I have an empty scene. Basically, I plop the object into the scene and I take a screenshot and turn that into an image for the icon. It's pretty cool. And yeah, basically you can do that the exact same way here. Just zoom out, take a screenshot, and now you have your image. I also do that with like the F12 button for taking screenshots. You hear that little screenshot sound. And then you just go into here and go to the screenshots folder of Starground. It's the exact same thing. Right in here. And yeah, here's our screenshot. This is the one I just took. Just open it up and yeah. So it'd be basically that same concept. Pretty easy. Yeah, I'll put that down on the list. It would be just a nice little cool thing to do. Ability to take screenshot of entire world. So yeah. Alright, well, I'm definitely gonna need to spend some more time on the blueprinting stuff to get it, like, behaving exactly how I want. It's really close already, which is kind of awesome, because we've only barely spent any time on it, honestly. I think the only really issue that I'm seeing right now is just the fact that the larger the building is, for some reason it keeps increasing at offset. I really want to kind of dig deeper into this issue and actually figure out why it does that, instead of just adjusting it and just accepting it for what it is. Because as far as I understand, the draw texture function should draw it around like the center of the image, but maybe that's not how that works. Or maybe it has to do something with how I'm copying the blueprint or something, you know? There's got to be a reason for it. But so far, things are looking pretty good, you know? It makes it so much easier just to go through here, like, if you want to make a big, massive conveyor belt. Oh. It placed all these offset. Uh-oh. Okay. Well, yeah, as I said, still some things I gotta figure out. I think I'm starting to see the issue, which is that, okay, placing around the center origin, we have to make sure that we're snapping it depending on the size of it. Because if it's an odd number like this, I think this is 5 tiles, then that means it's gonna be like in the center of a tile, which doesn't work. So that should be a pretty easy fix. We just have to make sure that we're always at like the crosshairs of a tile, if that makes sense, right? Because like with this one, it's going to be screwed up. Oh, but we are. Okay, so we just have to make sure that if it's if our blueprint size is an odd number, then we have to offset it by 8 pixels so that's in the center, I think. Check Discord. Let's check it out. Oh my god, what did you do? What is this? Did you just like disable the collision checking on placing buildings or something? Oh, we went too fast? Okay, so this is real? Well, I don't know if this happens normal without the grid issues. Let's figure that out. Nah, I don't think that's possible in normal gameplay, so I'm probably not going to worry about it. I think it's because what you're doing is when you're in off-grid mode, you can replace another building, like I could put a building in between here and then replace that one. So it means that you could like free up space for other buildings and place it really weird. That doesn't ever happen in normal gameplay though, so yeah, I'm probably not gonna bother fixing that, but I'll see. It's probably more work than it's worth. And, you know, it adds to the cursed mod effect anyways, right? It's fine. It's already pretty terrible. Why not just make it worse? Alright. Well, that's gonna be it. I'm gonna end stream now, guys. Thanks for coming. I appreciate it. Blueprinting is getting there. Still gonna take a lot of work. We still have to create the like placeholder building objects that like look like they're the building, and then you click on them. And there's still a lot more things that we have to sync. First off, recipes. That's something that's just not being synced right now, which kind of sucks because I would like the buildings to retain their recipes. What else do we got to do? Rotation is still kind of scuffed, so we're going to work on that and fix that. There's still a lot of different things we need to sync over. But, yeah. Something like that banana thing. Oh, in the corner. Yeah, he's kind of creepy, isn't he? Yeah. Don't worry about him. All right. Yeah, that's Jumworks. You guys ever been to jumworks.com? I just recently paid for the renewal of the Jum. The website's still kind of broken. I need to fix it.
Hi there.
You can play this video, and then once you start playing it, you're locked in. You can't exit anymore.
We've been taught to stop dreaming.
And then the whole website fades out, and it's just the Jum guy.
Taken from our children, I decided to change the world. Jum is that change. An intense blend of
you can't scroll away either.
It's just what we've been
you're just stuck staring at him on the screen.
Jum. Come on, sing with me.
Yeah, feel free to check it out. It's kind of fun. It's like making a horror website, you know? I love making websites like that. Show my version of the Jump video. If I have it on my desktop, I will. Let's see. Is it this one?
Hi there. I'm Dimitri.
Not that one. It's not jump scare. Uh-oh. Oh, jump scare. Is this the one? Nope, that's also just... I don't know if I have it on my desktop. I think I put it away in a folder somewhere. But yeah, Ace's version, he did like he like did like frames on the mouth and stuff. Yeah, sure, DM it to me, because I don't know if I see it in here. I'm looking. But it's really fun. I love making scary websites. It's so fun. I also made a scary website on shipplays.com because it's just so fun. So if you go to Earth, which is like the hub world, and I think it's Venus. Yeah, this website was kind of fun to make. The longer that you wait on here, you might start to see it. We'll just sit here and wait for the jump stuff. Oh my god, that's crazy, Yoshik, all the conveyor belts. It's insane.
Hi there.
Oh yeah, this one's really... I do love this one. I'm gonna work on the Jum website soon more and actually fix it up and finish it, you know?
Hi there. I'm Dimitri Kovacic, and the world has a serious problem.
Yeah.
We've been taught to stop dreaming from the day we were born. When I saw that wonder being taken from our children, I decided to change the world. Jum is that change. An intense blend of innovative flavors. Come on.
Yeah, so this is this one. It's just also the slow zoom in. I forgot about that. Yeah, this is something I made. Also, you can probably start to see what's happening on this website now. So as you sit here and wait on this website, these scary face images start to fade in. Yeah, I made all these websites just as a fun little, you know, thing to do. Yeah, do you see these faces? They start to fade in. They're staring at you. I don't know what happened here. I think something changed with Chrome, and now it doesn't wrap down. I have to fix that. But I actually really love the concept of like website horror, because it reminds me of those like really old, like, you know, that one like comic where it's all static. It's like the Japanese one, and then all of a sudden at the last like slide of the thing, the lady turns her head and stares at you. It's like, it's scary. I always like, I think websites have very big potential for horror. So, yeah, this was fun to make, all those websites. What I did for all of these is I didn't use any React or anything. This is just straight up HTML and CSS. And also I used jQuery, I think. It was kind of like a challenge to make yeah, also JavaScript, obviously, yeah. But it was really fun. This is so cursed because I don't actually use a JavaScript canvas for this. This is actually just HTML components, and I'm constantly changing the divs with a JavaScript thing, or the margins, as you can see. It's so cursed, but it works. It's really fun. I've got more space on here for more more things on chipplays.com. You can see Freddy. Don't tell anyone about that one. But yeah. This site uses cookies. It does use cookies. You've been here 6 times. And little Jimmy Beast in the corner. Yeah, it's fun. I would so love to make a horror game that's just a website. I think that would be so fun. You know, just like the sheer ambience and scariness of, I don't know, I think that it's so cool. Maybe I'll do that one of these days. And I love just like raw dogging it in JavaScript and stuff, not using like all these modern API stuff. I think it's so like fun. I have to figure out how do you do this and like the different CSS things to change. It's really cool. I was gonna make an escape room website. That would be really fun. You should still do that. But yeah, just as like a free like ARG thing almost, you know, on a website. Like it's kind of got like a dark web vibe, but not dark web, obviously. I don't know. It'd be really cool. One of these days, maybe after Starground. But let's go raid out. Let's raid Bear Like Lion because his game is out now. Surf's up. I do want to try out the game. So stuck in the corporate servers. Yeah. So let's go raid Bear Like Lion. But thank you gamers for coming to stream. I appreciate it. This update will be out on the 14th of July. And I'm just going to keep working away at getting the blueprinting working, because it would be really nice. All right, starting the raid now. Thank you, gamers, and I'll see you next on Friday, around 3:30 MDT again. So, bye, everybody. Bye-bye. Also, feel free to buy Starground. It's on sale for the Steam Summer Sale. Feel free to join the Discord server. All the usual, you know, whatever. All right. Bye, everybody. Bye-bye.